Not
I'll
cool.
check as
Hold
well.
on.
Here, let
It
me
looked
get
like
out
we
of
were.
it and open
Like
it
the
again.
the chat is going, but
Okay. How about that? Did that work?
give me. There it
Well, it
goes.
What's the
says
catch up?
live.
Okay.
There we
Okay.
are.
Okay,
This
there we are. It's just not showing on
this
my
stupid
computer.
thing. So
There
Does
they
we
that
didn't
go.
mean
catch
that you got
any
to
of
do the
that.
whole spiel all over again?
Oh no, we won't do that all over again.
Oh, but how will anyone know what this is rated?
Who put that loudmouth in front of the camera? So local loudmouth here. This is the Erasmus Expeditions. If you don't know that already, this is a one-shot, a holiday-themed Christmas one-shot, Oh Silent Night, based in the world of Dowrenland, which is a mixture of Oz and Wonderland with a lot of darkness kind of washed over it. If you don't like foul language and mature subject matter, then this is not a good game for you to watch. Q Baron.
Yeah,
No.
you fuckers.
There he goes. Thank you. And so
What you
yeah,
have done if he said, "I don't feel like it right now"?
I would have rolled with it as best I can. The same as everything else on this channel. It's not a Jeremy game unless there's some kind of technical mishap, which check we've done. So I'm going to pass things over to my players now so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them, what they might have going on, and then we're going to treat this like a very professional, serious game. I'm going to pass this over to some very professional and serious people, starting with Petra.
Oh man, I did not think you were going to say me after that first intro part. I actually haven't been on stream in ages. I am very involved in my meat life, as it were. So I am an art teacher, I'm a program provider, I run game programs and art programs for kids and adults. And I love being in Jeremy's games whenever I get a chance. So that's always a happy thing for me. I am playing Nox. It is a golem in this setting, Warforged as far as the D&D world goes, but Nox is was a nanny for many families in Dowrenland, took care of the kids and has lost its purpose and is now roaming the world killing monsters because monsters are bad for kids. So that's all I have for that.
Fantastic. Yeah, I guess it has been a while since I've had you play in a game. I get to see you pretty frequently, so
It's true.
that part kind of I guess slipped my mind. But yeah, I'm happy to have you back on the channel and playing in another game, Petra. All right. Speaking of back on the channel, next up is Baron.
Hello, I'm Baron. I show up here occasionally, roughly once a month at the very least. Feeling the Christmas spirit this evening and decided that William from Blue Hill, or as his friends call him, Blue Hill Billy, decided to stroll on down and see what we can find. Maybe we could spruce up some of that peppermint ore.
I think I'm in love already. It might partially be because of the hat. Maybe.
I picked it out specifically for this. I
For
don't have
me?
like a coon skin, but I was like, this will do.
I think it's glorious. Thank you. Speaking of glorious, for the first time here on the channel, I would like to say a warm and dear welcome to Michelle. You're next.
Thank you. First, my granddaughter's in the chat. So, hi, Adeline. I don't think she's staying for the whole thing. So, you guys can cuss. She hears it at home. And I was also supposed to tell you that my son interrupted to tell me he loved me before he's leaving. I am a family mom. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm a grandma. I'm disabled. I have not played Dungeons and Dragons or any tabletop games with people outside my home in a very long time, and I'm super excited and nervous to be here. So to help my nerves, I kept myself busy by making it into a little cosplay too. So I'm playing Bonita Harrington the 17th. She's 17 out of 25 children, poor family, root farmers. And in my story, the White Rabbit came to, oh, what's the word? Recruit my dad and my older brothers to try to revamp the 11 guard that worked for the Red Queen. And they passed away in training. So she does not like the White Rabbit at all because she blames him for her troubles. And her mom couldn't handle paying for the kids. She was going to send them all to an orphanage. So Benita ran away and she learned to play music. She found some people at a nice tavern who taught her. Everyone just took her under their wings and raised her like a village. That's why she's a jack of all trades, a jackrabbit of all trades.
And so it begins. Oh, don't worry. There are plenty of puns on my end as well. Yeah, I'm really excited to have you here, Michelle.
Thank you.
I got the chance to meet you not all that long ago, actually, for the very first time, and I'm happy to be getting you back into the hobby. So hopefully tonight goes super duper well, and you have a lot of fun and keep it up.
I think I will.
Good. All right. Speaking of lots of fun and keeping it up, next is Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, also known as Myth and Gears. I have buffering happening.
I
Good to
hope
be
it's
here.
only on your screen.
It's in my brain.
Oh! I thought you were talking about something was going on with the stream again.
No, brain buffer.
Yeah, it happens to us sometimes.
I'm good to. Yes, words. We'll start again. I'm happy to be here.
And take two.
There's my little. Yep. Bloopers. Woo! Tonight I get to play Xanifer Whifflespray. She is a Neldink artificer. And what that means is she's a toy maker. At least she has been for the last 6 years or so. Before that, we don't like talking about that because that was a really bad place. Because she was that nasty red woman. She's a swear word. We don't say her. I'm waiting for this game. So happy to be here.
She's a fucker.
Yeah.
Thank
what
you,
he
Billy.
said.
Baron's got you.
Blue mouth Billy, I guess.
Nope, Mouth Billy.
All right. Last, but most certainly not least. Speaking of potty mouth, Ray.
Oh, hello. Can I do my thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you had something else.
No, that was my
name-
clever segue.
Cool. My name is Ray. I am the mistress of teeth and eyes. I have come to this world to inflict you all with madness and chaos and to play video games. And you can find me at Ricochet_Ray at Twitch, Ricochet Ray on Twitter, and just Ricochet Ray on YouTube, where I post my VODs. I am playing Sir Odette Silverweave. I am a Cassier Blade Song wizard, and she is just the embodiment of what she believes is truth and ideals and all things justice. So I am very excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm super excited for you to be back on the channel too, Ray. This will be your third, I think we discovered. Third game here?
Third.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
There's a punch card that I get, and at some point I'm gonna get like a free froyo.
Free sandwich. Yeah, free froyo. Exactly.
When do we get punch cards? Hold on.
How come I
Jeremy,
didn't get one of those?
Yours have expired.
Jeremy, have you been skimping on the rest?
Shh, Ray.
Playing favorite.
God.
Speaking of playing favorites, today also just happens to be Karen's birthday. So happy birthday, Karen. Thank you so much for spending your day with us, making silly jokes and playing silly games.
Thank you for having me here.
Of course.
We would sing, but we'd all be completely
We tried that.
uncoordinated,
Oh,
as
it's
Zoom
awful.
does.
We tried that on the Dawnbringers. We tried singing Happy Birthday to Jake, and it was like watching a train wreck then fall off of a cliff. It was awful.
A cliff wreck.
Yeah, cliff wreck. There you go. All right. One last piece of business, and that is that there will be a giveaway that happens around break time. As the Christmas season is upon us. It is with the very kind heart of Michelle. She has paid for one of the versions of the Expedition engine, the game system that I design and have for sale. So around break time, everybody have a D20 ready. Anybody who is wanting to. If you win, then you will get a copy of whichever version of the Expedition engine that you so wish. Thank you very much, Michelle, for donating that and having the idea to do so for this game.
It's Christmas time.
I hear you. I'm all for it. Okay. I think that is all of the business that we have to take care of. So, are y'all ready to play some D&D? Okay, cool. I guess let's play some D&D.
Let's play.
When you live in a place such as Dowrenland, where the magic of imagination has been magnified into reality, it can be difficult to find something that truly surprises you. However, when the famously magnanimous Cristoph Kringle arrived at your doorstep with a plea for help, surprise might just be the best way to describe how you felt. But answered the call you did, and now, having gathered your compatriots and traveled many miles into the remote white winterlands of the Kingdom of Clubs, you find yourselves nearing your destination, Kristoff's famous workshop. While it typically snows throughout the White Kingdom of the South, a terrible blizzard has overtaken this area. Cristoph, who rides at the front of his sleigh, calls to you on the inside. This is the exterior of Kristoff's sleigh. So we see it rocking through the winter landscape. But those on the inside, which is much more spacious than you would think looking at the carriage from the outside, who do we see riding here in this winter wonderland?
I guess I'll go first. Kind of fitting the idea of this winter wonderland, seated probably in the corner, just scanning the room, is a cashier. And she looks like, if you've never seen a cashier, exactly what you're expecting her to look like. She has white skin that almost glows in the pale light, and her skin is just tinged with little kisses of frost. And her hair is perfectly combed back, and she is wearing a cross between some kind of knight's regalia and a leotard. And her eyes are just beautiful gold. And they have what looks to be a strange symbol on the inside that almost looks like a snowflake where her pupil should be.
Right. Well, Nox is polished to a nice sheen. It is a small for its kind, but it did associate with children, and you don't want to appear menacing at all when you're interacting with your charges. It's heavily loaded with all sorts of gear for the road. Reasonably well traveled at this point, but it doesn't allow any dust or snow to remain upon itself, constantly keeping itself organized and fixing up anything that might be making it look less professional, I guess. So Nox doesn't tend to talk much. It observes, but it will immediately come to your need if you look like you need a cup of tea, or or if you are, struggling with something, it's there. It wants to be helpful. It has a large sheath by its side, but what sticks out looks sort of like an oversized kitchen knife, really. It takes very good care of it, though.
Doing his best not to like man spread all up in this bench seating. We see more beard than anything as he sits. It's a dwarvish man who wears a like bright blue leather coat with like some seal fur on the inside of some kind. Some very just like warm and what's the word I'm looking for? Insulated materials. He's got like a coon skin hat on. His beard is like a coppery red that meets a large bushy mustache, goes into rosy cheeks, and is met once again with fiery eyebrows. He is a red individual, kind of like doing his best to keep he has all his gear on him. He has like a club stuck in this belt. He's got a hammer over here. I've got some pythons hanging from a hook on my jacket. I've got like my backpack is still on me, but I'm like turned sideways on the bench so I can actually sit down. Pardon me. Sorry. A lot of gear,
You brought a lot. You brought so much stuff. I have a lot of stuff too. Look, this thing right here. And she points to this big cabinet. It's brightly painted that she probably had somebody help bring it in, because this woman that's talking is 2 feet 8 inches, so tiny. Her hair, unlike Sir Odette's, is everywhere. She's got these goggles on her face that have like various lenses, and one of which makes her one-eyed look absolutely huge. And she's currently going back and forth between talking to Blue Hill Billy and looking out the window. And she's like, we're almost there. We're almost there. I must get ready. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Just wait. I can do this. I can do this. And she jumps off of the bench seat that she was standing on to kind of be at the same height as everybody else, and goes to the cabinet, opens up the door, and inside you see this human-sized, like splint mail suit of armor, just kind of hanging there with some wires and poles attached. And she kind of goes underneath it and pulls one of the wires, and it immediately crashes down upon her. I'm okay. And then there's this magical burst of energy as it rips across the armor, and the armor just immediately starts changing shape. And what we're left with, sitting kind of, unceremoniously on the floor where she fell, is Xanifer, now dressed in this beautiful head-to-toe splint mail that she gets up, brushes off. There, I'm ready for this. Are you ready for this? I'm so excited. I've never been to the field before.
Nox is standing directly over you, making sure you're okay. Seems a little concerned at first, but it's hard to tell with with its lack of facial expression, but it reaches inside its little pouch and it hands you what looks like a little square of something somewhat soft wrapped in a piece of wax paper. And just says, everything good?
Wait,
Here,
I
take
didn't think it
this.
would work, but it worked. Look at this. And she'll take
It
whatever
looks
you.
very nice. You did very well.
You see like Billy looking over his backpack because he can't fully turn around.
Knox, feeling like everything's worked out, goes and sits back across. Unlike you with the turned backpack, Knox is just perched on the very edge. It doesn't look like it really needs to have much seat underneath it. It sort of just positions itself in an approximate sitting position, mostly off the bench.
And who are
But-
you?
My name is Bonita. I think you probably would have heard of me. I'm pretty well known and renowned in the area for singing and playing music. I'm really, really excited to see Santa because he's my idol. I love him. He is like the best thing, almost as awesome as candy. And Bonita would look kind of like what I'm looking like right now. She's got some cute little earrings on. She's got pink in her hair. She's wearing a white tunic with leather pants, leather boots, and a leather vest that holds it in. She's got a pan flute hanging off her hip. She has a rapier and a few other odds and ends. She does keep some stuff in her hair, like a pearl of wisdom and stuff like that, so that she's prepared for anything. So that's who I am, and that's what's going on with me.
Forgive me, Miss Bonita. I don't think I've heard of you before. Who did you say you've slain to be here?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh, I said, who did you slay?
I didn't slay anyone. I'm a bard. I sing.
Oh, well, I'm sure that is just as lovely. And she's just
Wait.
kind of got her hands on her legs, just smiling kind of nervously at you because she clearly doesn't know what a bard's supposed to be.
Okay. Yes, I sing. I haven't killed yet. I hope we don't have to.
Well, it's always good to be prepared, I say.
I am always prepared.
From the front of the sleigh, you hear the voice of Cristoph Kringle call back to you, kind of shouting over the wind and the walls and windows of the sleigh.
This is definitely the work of Krampus. There's a most terrible blizzard that always follows him everywhere he goes.
Well, is anything in that pack of yours prepared for a blizzard?
I've got quite a bit actually. They don't call me Blue Hill Billy for nothing, you see. I've got blankets, I've got pillows, I've got cooking materials, I've got wood starting, burning stuffs. You name it. I might have something like it.
Yes, that is very helpful. That'll be very helpful in the road ahead.
Do you want a blanket?
I'm sort of used to the snow, and she will gesture to the frost that is trailing her cheeks. But I'm sure our lovely friends here would love some.
I have like a rolled blanket. Anyone?
I-
It's harder to put it
I-
away.
I-
now
I
than
appreciate the
without, actually.
offer.
I'm fine. I have a ring.
He like unfurls it and puts it on himself.
I do not really notice the cold much. Knox also has a thick cloak, but it's not something it's wearing as if it was to keep itself warm, more so just for decoration. It seems to be composed of random patches of different hides and such from many different creatures.
Are any of those bunnies?
You wouldn't imagine so. Most of the hides don't look like something that was ever small or cute.
That's good to know.
All right. Sorry, go ahead.
I was supposed to say, if you would ask Nox directly if any of them were bunnies, as opposed to observation.
That was more an observation.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the sled continues to charge forward with blinding speed, the way that it has through the entire journey. However, the ride inside here has been perfectly smooth. It's actually been fairly warm inside here, and like I said, the ride has been probably the smoothest that you've ever been in. And there is a door in the back of the sleigh that leads to an even larger compartment that has beds, a fireplace, a full kitchen. So it's effectively the place where you have lived for the entire journey. There's been no real reason to stop and camp because all of the amenities are here already, and it doesn't appear that Cristoph ever sleeps, or at least he hasn't since you've been on this trip. But finally, you can feel the sled start to slow, and you hear Cristoph outside, "Oh! Oh!" as he pulls back on the reins and brings the sleigh to a stop. You hear him hop down off of the bench up front with the heavy crunch of snow underneath his coal black boots. And then he makes his way to the door of the interior, the sleigh where you are. And he opens the door, shakes off the snow from his heavy jacket before he steps in and sits down in his overstuffed chair at the other end, opposite from the door that leads to this room. He sits down and he packs his pipe with tobacco before lighting it and taking a few tufts off of it. You can see the cold sting of the wind and the snow has kind of permanently turned his cheeks and his nose this rosy red color. Some might even call it cherry red. He lights his pipe and takes a few long puffs and just kind of exhales. You can see that though you've never seen this man frown, that something is certainly weighing on him. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do.
Lord Kringle, why have we stopped here? Is this where we will be departing? For Krampus, I assume?
Soon, yes, we will be there. We will have to go over one more hill, and I thought perhaps it may be wise to stop for a small break before we confront Krampus. There are perhaps some things I should tell you. First, I would like to thank all of you again for deciding to come and help me. If this were a problem that I could handle on my own, I certainly would. However, it is not something that I can do myself. So it means a lot to me that you were willing to come to help.
I'm super happy to be here to help you, Santa. Anything you need, anything at all.
You see, the reason that I cannot do this myself is because once upon a time Krampus and I were the same man. I was a wizard from the faraway realm that I am certain you have never heard of. Foolishly, I sought to rid myself of all of my negative qualities, or the qualities that I saw in myself as negative. My anger, my sadness, my want for revenge, my jealousy, my envy, all of this. I wanted to divorce myself from it, and I discovered a way to do so. A ritual involving a magic mirror. This ritual is something I should have never done. Something went wrong. I don't know what. But the mirror split me into two. Krampus got everything I did not. I became what I thought that I wanted to be. Only happy. Only joy. And Krampus is everything else. On top of that, the mirror and the ritual also transported both of us here, to Dowrenland. And we have been here ever since.
He reaches into a bag, and it's one of those situations where the bag is on the table beside him, and he reaches up to his shoulder into the bag, and you can see that his hand doesn't come out the bottom. But when he does retrieve his hand from the sack, you see a snow globe in his hand. He gives it a little light shake, and then he holds it out in front of all of you.
One of you, if you would, please. Take and guard this with your life.
We hold out his hand, if that's okay with everyone else.
He hands it to you, Knox, and he says,
Because Krampus and I are one and the same, two parts of a whole. Whatever happens to Krampus also happens to me, and vice versa. And what I need you to do when we arrive is you will have to diminish Krampus, weaken him until he can no longer fight, and entrap him inside of this snow globe. The reason I cannot do this myself is because as Krampus weakens, so will I. I not only need you to trap Krampus, but I also need you to protect me, as selfish as it may seem.
How can we do both? How can we stop him without hurting you?
It is an unfortunate reality, but I will have to be harmed myself. It is the only way, but please, do not worry. I am okay with this. I will be fine.
Your selflessness is admirable. We will do what we can.
I do not know that it is selflessness. It is my responsibility. You see, I created Krampus. It is my fault that he now roams these lands and causes this havoc.
If he's half of you, does he also look like you?
There are some days, yes, I feel like we may look the same, but no. He wears his evilness on the outside as well as on the in. He's a twisted, cruel, tortured version of myself.
That sounds terrible.
I will warn you, facing him is not an easy task, for he is also cunning. If he knows that we are coming, and I am sure that he does, he will have prepared. And with the cleverness of my Nildinks at his service, those that he has corrupted, there will certainly be some deviousness that we will have to face. Are all of you certain that you are ready to face this?
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
If we hurt your Neldinks, are we going to end up on the naughty list?
No, no, no. As a matter of fact,
He says as he kind of like reaches like behind him and kind of pulls out of the waistband of his pants this looks like two scrolls kind of butted against each other. Very gilded looking. It looks like the craftsmanship of probably Neldink artificers. And he unrolls these scrolls, kind of pulls these two things apart, and the parchment between them appears, and the list kind of scrolls without him moving the paper on its own. He says, "You reminded me." He kind of shakes it towards you. This here is the naughty and the nice list. Any of the Neldings who now serve Krampus, if we could put them on the naughty list, I might be able to help sway things in the battles.
Oh,
You see, anyone who is on the nice list, I can help. Anyone on the naughty list is, well, is being helped by Krampus. If you can get me the names of the Neldings who are serving him, I can move them, temporarily, of course, from this list to that list.
oh, we can definitely do that.
He nods. Good. Very well. Then if we are ready, we should do this.
The entire
kinda
time we've been discussing.
Go ahead.
Oh, there's just-
Please.
Nox has been very carefully packaging the snow globe, wrapping it in blankets that it pulled out of its sack, and sort of cushioning it very much in the center, kind of reorganizing its whole pack to sort of accommodate the snow globe safely in the middle. So try to give Nox a little bit of warning if you need it at some point.
Take a few minutes to unwrap.
Keep it safe was mostly what I got from that protection.
All right. Seeing that all of you seem prepared and ready, he will slap his knee and stand up.
Very well. Then we will be on our way.
He puts out his pipe and he walks out the door, taking his coat with him. And soon he slaps the reins and you hear the sleigh bells jingle as you ride off once again. Before very long, you are over the hill that he had described, and you arrive at his workshop. As you pull up, you can see that there is smoke coming from the chimney, and the winter here, the blizzard, has taken full hold of this building. there are icicles hanging from all of the edges of the roof, some at strange angles, likely blown about by the wind. The frost covers the majority of the exterior of the building, most of the windows, up to the front door. As you arrive, and Cristoph once again departs from the driver's seat of the sleigh, he comes back and he opens the door, and he calls inside over the whipping wind, "All right, let's go, this way."
Odette will get off first, and she will offer her hand to anyone as they're coming out to make sure they get off safely.
Benita would be so excited to help Sandra, she would jump and hop right out the door.
She just kind of looks after you and just nods like, all right then, and then goes back to helping everyone else off.
Knox will be getting off last, patiently waiting till everyone else is exited.
I almost see even like it standing next to the door with like its fingers interlaced, like held down, like just waiting patiently. It's like
And Xanderfer is like, are you going? Am I going? What are we doing here?
Yeah, Xanavar would have been right after Benita. Like, this is exciting. She's very excited. I think she would have jumped down and, like, I don't know, maybe almost disappeared in the snow that's fallen. And and then kind of looked up at you and like, help.
She will reach down and like grab you from under the arms and pull you up and set you down.
It's much deeper than I thought it was going to be. I'm not usually outside like this. Usually I'm inside, always inside. It's always inside.
Lightly.
Blue, do you have snowshoes she could wear?
Speaking of which, I hope you don't mind here, Mr. Cristoph. And Billy whistles, and I think like out of that like secondary expanse that had rooms and kitchens and stuff, a fully made up dog sled in tackle. We have now, come on, Penelope, pepper, copse, thicket, maize, bramble, thistle, cornflower, get on out of here. And leading the pack is a large bipedal abominable snowman. Bromber, get him out there. And they descend down the steps outside, fully ready to go. And you can almost see at the edge, or like the end where Billy would stand, it's like he can just like amalgamate into that spot. It's almost like he was cut out of it.
with his backpack.
Yep, exactly. Now let me just look around here. And then you wanted not water shoes, not snow skis, snowshoes.
It might help Xenifer not get lost in the snow and drift.
Here you go, there, little feller. Snowshoe.
I imagine each snowshoe is probably bigger than she is. So
Well,
we'll put them on.
Right in a snowshoe.
why don't you just ride on the sled?
Eyes go wide, even wider than they are already. And she'll hop on the sled. She's extremely light, even though having looked like she's wearing all this mail, it's a lot lighter than you thought it would be.
All right. You
once
gather
Knox
up.
is off, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Odette will just come after you all, and it almost looks like she's like ice skating as she's catching up with you all, just very gingerly gliding across the snow.
Fantastic. Your group kind of fights against the wind kind of whipping at you, stinging your skin, for those of you who have skin. and the bitter cold presses in despite some of your best efforts. You manage to reach the porch of the workshop, where Cristoph kind of knocks the snow off of his boots and moves towards the door, reaches out with his gloved hand and turns the doorknob, and you can hear the ice on the doorknob like tinkle and crunch as he kind of turns this knob. And he has to like put his shoulder into the door a couple of times before he finally gets it to knock open. A swirl of snow following all of you into the inside of this shop, as he kind of turns and starts to fight with the door to get it shut against the wind. Is there someone who would be able to possibly help Cristoph shut this door?
Immediately go to help.
Perfect. If you would please make an athletics check with advantage.
What's it?
What was that?
15.
15. Okay. All right. So you come up behind Cristoph, Knox, and you kind of push and lean into the door. And between the two of you fighting against the wind, you just manage to get this closed and throw the latch so that it will stay that way. Whenever you turn to kind of look in at the interior of this place, you are struck by how expansive it seems to be. It goes back some ways and has a number of shelves, tables, workbenches, things hanging from the rafters, and everywhere that you look, you see the implements of toy making. Everything from trains to carved wooden boats to sleds, carriages to dolls. It's all very kind of warm and cheery in here, despite the fact that it is, temperature-wise, very, very cold. Everyone, if you would please, roll perception checks for me. This is based on smell, if it matters for anyone.
Ugh.
19.
I rolled a 5.
8.
13.
14.
I rolled a 5, but I don't know if I add anything to it.
So what do you have under perception for your skills? Or beside your perception, rather? Oh, your passive perception is 17?
Yes.
Okay, so then you have a +7.
Okay, so that puts me at 12.
Okay. So basically everyone except for Odette. Odette, you realize that there's a pleasant smell in the air, but you can't place it. The others of you, however, are able to tell exactly what this smell is. This is the smell of hot cocoa and gingerbread.
Ooh.
Jeremy, is it dark here?
Yes. Though there are a number of like oil lamps and candles and fireplaces in here, none of them are lit at the moment.
Odette will reach into her pack and pull out a hooded lantern and strike a match and hold it up for everyone.
Knox is looking for the hot chocolate and gingerbread.
Stay close and don't wander off. You are a stalwart soldier who's supposed to be guarding that snow globe after all.
Odette, you can see by the light of your lantern as you kind of shine it around the room that there is like clouds and flakes of like cold and snow in this room. Like every once in a while, you'll see like a little white fleck pass the beam of your hooded lantern and land on the ground. There's a thin layer of frost on most of the surfaces in here.
Xanifer is looking around like, well, like a kid in a toy shop, to be frank. I mean, this is amazing for her.
Cristoph, who's kind of right behind you, Xanifer, says,
Well, if things work out, maybe there is a place for you here.
And with that, she's kind of like scurries away, little, just buzzing, looking at this, looking at that, picking up something, well, not picking up things, going to pick up and then realizing she shouldn't probably pick up anything. And she'll just kind of like, is just reckless at this point. Like, I forgot what we're doing. It's so exciting.
okay. What I would like for is each one of you, please tell me something that you see here in this workshop, whether it's directly related to Cristoph and his business or not.
There's a doll that reminds Knox very much of a girl it once knew. And it can't stop staring at this doll. The doll's been lightly illuminated by the light. It's high up on a shelf. And Knox is sort of meandering a little closer, staring, keeping its thoughts to itself.
Odette would probably be drawn to a small box that when she opened it up, a little ballerina would be spinning and playing a little lullaby. And she can't quite place it, but she looks a little calmed by this before she will shut it and put it back.
I think Bonita would be looking around the room trying to figure out where the cold is coming from. Is there a busted piece of roofing? Is there a broken window? Is magic making this happen? I think she's a little concerned that Krampus could be here or one of his Neldings. So she's not focused on the toys, she's focused on the situation.
What is it that you see in this room that removes all doubt and tells you that this is magical in nature, this cold?
I think Bonita would realize that all of the seams are closed. There's no hole in the roof. And she would say, Santa, I think something is going on because there's no reason for the cold to be inside. All the windows are shut. There's no cracks. There's no holes. Your roof is good. Are we already walking into trouble here?
Cristoph, who has not taken his eyes off of an open doorway that's kind of across this first portion of workshop, just nods.
Yes, I do believe that he is already here.
Oh,
This
Lord.
is what it feels like when you get near him.
What else is seen in this room?
I was gonna say, meanwhile, Xanifer, her eye has been completely grabbed by this workbench over on one side of the room. with all the tools of toy making. And she is just enraptured by the quality and the sheer variety of things that you can use to make things with. And she's probably like picking up, you know, tiny little wrench, putting it down, picking up this other thing that who knows what it look. I mean, it's this weird contraption. It's got like prongs everywhere, but she's just like just completely engrossed in all the things to build things with.
I think the smells, you just see like this big old nose sticking over his mustache, kind of just like, you know, and the dogs are outside kind of like at the smell of this gingerbread. And he kind of follows that, you know, everyone kind of disperses from the central room. Cristoph speaks. And we see Billy kind of meander to a corner. There is a small section of toys kind of set aside that all are not necessarily like noticeably flawed, but as soon as you start looking at them, it's like this this nutcracker doesn't have a lever in the back that's properly attached, or the jaw is busted a little bit. This one is a squeaky toy with a punctured squeaker. You know, this Jack in the Box has a broken spring. And among them was a small humanoid figure, skeleton-like, almost like it was a toy that was maybe burned or something. But it still has like this large plastic head. So like it's kind of top heavy looking with very stick like arms, and it's wearing a like Santa's outfit.
Perfect.
Lord Kringle, do you happen to know if Krampus has anything, a particular note upon him that we can use to locate him? With perhaps magic?
If we follow where it is coldest, we will find him. He will not be in hiding.
Does he expect us?
I believe he does. I can...
And with that, Odette is going to unsheath her rapier, which glows like a very light. It doesn't give off any like any actual light, but it has a very soft glow to it, and you can see in the low light that it has an engraving of snowflakes going up it. And friends, I suggest that we stay on our guard and we stay together.
You immediately see Blue Hillbilly draw a large skillet frying pan and a billy club.
The question is...
I heard weapons drawn. Where are we hitting?
Knox pulls out the weapon at its side, and it looks like a giant chef knife. It is honed to a perfect shiny blade. Also kind of pulls out what looks like a pot lid, but it must have been from a really sturdy pot of sorts. It's a little beaten up, like it's seen a lot, yet looks solid.
You see an abominable snowman walk up with a saucepan and a kitchen knife as well.
Oh, by the way, guys, I'm holding a whisk. In case it matters.
I use my skillet for my weapon. You don't go raiding my stuff. That's not fair. I use that for cooking.
Turns into an Iron Chef cook-off now. It's just a challenge. Krampus to a baking. This
Today,
is
the contestant
Secret
of making-
ingredient gingerbread.
I
Amazing.
guess to join the group, Benita is going to pull out a dagger and be on guard as well.
All right. Xanifer, as you are looking at all of the implements that are kind of scattered around, all these different tools, these ways to make toys, something kind of catches your attention. You know, you're picking up things you would expect to find: glue, screwdriver, hammer, nails, saws. Then you find like a strange like glass pipette and a small vial on the ground, kind of rolled up underneath one of the workbenches and frosted over with everything else.
You said a pipette and a vial?
The vial is empty.
Is the pipette?
It is. There's residue in it, but it is empty.
I would like to look at it very carefully with my eye.
That's a good thing to look at it with. I'm very proud.
Especially with my big eye.
Your big eye. The eye. With
The
a capital
eye.
E. Um,
I've got eyes and minute seeing. So
oh, what does
look
that
at
do?
it very close. If it's within, I believe it's a foot, it gives me advantage on investigation rolls when I'm looking at things.
Okay. Then let's do an investigation roll,
Right.
for which you can have advantage.
Well, that's an 11 on the die plus, oh, that's too small. Plus 3. So 14.
Okay. You
And, sorry, just 1 second. There's a thing. There's a thing.
a thing.
If
What's the
this,
thing?
oh, never mind. That's history. Okay,
Wrong
never
thing.
mind. Yeah, wrong thing.
Okay.
I have
different
so
thing.
many things.
All right.
So 14.
So 14 total. All right. You look at this, and at first you're not exactly sure what you're looking at, but seeing the vial and this together, you very quickly realize that this is milk of the Leandria flower, also known in many places as the oil of life. This is something that is not exactly commonplace in Dowrenland, but is not unheard of. It's a very powerful substance where it can be used to animate inanimate objects.
And you said the vial is empty.
Correct.
Mm. I would gingerly pick it up. I don't know if the pipette is one of the ones where it kind of would be also the cap of the vial. But
Yeah.
It's
like got a cork that surrounds part of it.
Yeah. Would put that back in case there was any residue on the pipette left that's worth anything. Put it back on the vial and close it up and find Mr. Kringle.
He has slowly been kind of making his way through the workshop, kind of quietly walking around this workbench and around that table, maybe even avoiding some of the floorboards that might creak a little more than others. He's kind of been making his way towards that open doorway at the far end of the shop that he still has not taken his eyes off of.
Sir,
Yes.
Mr. Sir, not sure if this is yours or not, but I found this on the floor, and it was like a little bit strange because it was just lying there, and it was all empty, and then it was frosted over, and I don't think it should be there, but here.
He lets
And
you
she'll-
he lets you finish, and then he reaches down and takes this vial and pipette, which in his hands looks way smaller than it did whenever you were holding it. And he holds it up to the little bit of light kind of streaming in through one of the windows, and he puts it under his nose and kind of wafts just a little. This is the oil of life. You found this here
Yes.
in the shop?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right over there. It was lying there down, by that little piece of dirt there, and that block that's kind of carved into. Never mind. Right there.
His
was
eyes
open.
kind of narrow. This is not mine. That can only mean... He turns and kind of angrily starts stomping towards the open doorway. And all of a sudden, the room is bathed in reddish light as 4 small orbs shoot out of that open doorway, and 2 strike Cristoph, one in the shoulder and one in the chest. The other 2 zip right past him, almost even like curving around his body, and slam into Xanifer. Xanifer, you are going to take 7 points of force damage. Once those 2 orbs find their mark, the room goes quiet and dark and still again.
Bonita's going to rush to Santa and ask him if he's okay, try to look at his wounds.
He's kind of down on a knee, kind of wincing from these small little like scorch marks in his clothes where these orbs made contact. And he nods his kind of white curly head. I'm fine. Check on Xanifer.
Jennifer, let's see you. And she'll hop over to her.
Knox is also immediately heading over to Xanifer.
Yeah, Odette's there too.
Knox is going to put its hand on Xanifer's shoulder and say, "Are you okay? Can I be of assistance?"
I'm fine. That's not quite what I was expecting this was going to be. I thought it was going to be a lot more fun. That's not really very fun. It wasn't fun.
It wasn't
fun
very
at all.
nice. I agree with you. Are you hurt though?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can actually see that probably, while it looked like it hurt a lot, it doesn't seem to have phased her very much or dented her.
Okay. What are all of you doing in the moments that follow this, after you have gotten Xanifer back to her feet?
As soon as Knox confirms that Xanifer is okay, it is going to want to be in the forefront with its weapon ready, because whatever evil is in this room is now, of course, on the other side of that door. So Knox certainly doesn't want any of the little ones to take any more hits.
Okay. Nox, as you take up position, if you would please roll either Arcana or Nature for me.
Oof. uh, well, with Nox's knowledge of Arcana, it's not as bad as the natural one that was initially rolled.
You rolled a 1.
Well,
Nox has no idea what's going on.
But doesn't Nox have something special about it that happens whenever it rolls a 1?
Isn't that in battle? Is that just anything?
I think it's anything.
Yeah.
what is the thing? What are you
Oh,
not telling us?
Nox is so determined to be in front that Nox puts on a burst of energy to rush in front of everyone and make sure that it can protect them all, and stops. Nox is now simply a wall and is not moving at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check on it, make sure it's okay. Valiant Knights, are you okay?
Nox does not respond in any way.
She will just attempt to shake it.
Nox seems oddly immobile. Even its joints don't seem to be moving at all. It's like it's frozen
That-
solid.
I rolled a 17 on a perception check. Would I see like anything on Nox's back, body, or anything like that would be reminiscent of like a Tinkertoy key or Key's Thought?
Would they? Nox?
Yeah. If you're investigating Nox, then
I wouldn't
definitely there
investigate
is a
your- I wouldn't
reasonably.
I wouldn't invade your space that way,
Oh,
but I
well-
would perceive what I could respectfully.
I would totally invade your space like that. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I
Odette's
definitely
up in
feel like
that
you'd invade
space.
my space like that.
I would. I
I am
totally
pretty
would.
fascinating. I
You're like a
mean,
big
if you
toy.
move the cloak a little, there is definitely on my side something that looks very much like a key.
Do all of us notice this?
I think you would just see like the twitch of Billy's nose, and he'd be like, I think there's a key over there. Don't know where it goes, but I think he ran out of juice.
Oh, how do you juice one such as this? And she's going to just like very gently like bop it on the head. She clearly has never seen one of these before.
Well, I don't know. I get all juiced up when someone really, ruffles my feathers, pulls my chain, winds me up.
This one doesn't have chains or feathers.
But it can be wound up.
Oh, she's gonna try to wind the key.
Yeah, you turn the key and it has that cranking metallic noise. And at a certain point, you can't turn it any further. And then the key starts rotating and Nox.
Doesn't seem to have noticed at all. Is still just like right there, prepared. It's hyper fixated. Like there's, the fact that everyone's a little closer to it now is not going to register on it. It's looking at the door.
And the door is opened or closed? It's opened, right?
Yeah, it's an open doorway.
And there's no light coming through?
Mm-mm. But as you're looking at it, Bonita, you can roll either an Arcana or a Nature.
And I have neither of those. But I can roll anyway.
Which I think Nature is intelligence.
Yeah, they're both
So
intelligence.
is okay. So there.
Yeah.
I rolled an 18.
And then you have a intelligence bonus.
Intelligence. Yep, and that would be +1, so 19.
19 total. Okay. So, Bonita, when you're looking at this open doorway for possible light sources, you don't see any. However, there is a bough of decoration, a plant that is hung above the door. and you realize by looking at it that this has been hung a little crudely. Like the nail that has been driven in here was kind of haphazardly done. So your guess is that this probably wasn't something that Cristoph put here. But you recognize what this plant is. It is magic mistletoe.
Oh.
I fucking told y'all the puns were coming. I warned you. And you still weren't ready.
No one expects the magic mistletoe.
By the way, I just about killed myself whenever I came up with that, so you're welcome.
Well, you just slayed all of us. So.
Shame.
I think I literally like spit in my own mouth whenever I had that thought. I was like, oh, yeah.
Everyone
So-
roll your first death save.
So I'll take my bow. Good night. Happy holidays,
Can we
everyone.
fail our death save if we choose to?
Certainly.
Someone hit me while I'm down.
Who wants to get the skittle? Skillet.
He's got Skittles? He really does have
Got
everything.
everything in
I
that
said,
bag.
get out of my
Say
bag!
Skittles.
I was gonna say, but Nita's like, woohoo, Skittles.
Katie, what?
She's
No,
already
no,
got,
no,
like,
no, no,
three
no,
in
no,
her
no,
hair.
no, 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 no.
Amazing.
Candy would be very bad. We don't
So-
want Benita to have candy.
Bonita, this is what you have deduced by looking at this and finding this plant. You've come across this at some point before, and you recognize that that is what has been hung over this doorway.
Do I know how it's activated? Is it you move past it, you touch it,
You've
somebody
got a
sees you near
19
it?
total?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you know that if you get near enough to it, that it will attack. And when it attacks, it almost always attacks you and whoever is nearest to you.
Okay. Does it attack with little red globes?
It does. They look a lot like the berries that are decorating on it, only right now they're not glowing.
Okay, then she's going to take a step back and turn to the group and say, this is what hit Santa and Jennifer. So I think our first step is get rid of this so it doesn't keep attacking us.
How far away is it?
Probably at least 30 feet from the closest one of you.
Question. Ray of Frost says towards a creature within range. Would this count?
I mean, I'm not against it. It came from a plant. It's kind of sort of a creature.
Okay. Then Odette would take a step forward and level her hand out, and a frigid beam would shoot forward. And do I have to roll attack on that?
No, not for something like that.
Do I need to roll damage at all?
Yep.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Gotta find my D8. Here it is. As I assumed. 1 second. Let me pull up my calculator. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared.
Nope, you're good. All good.
That is 18 damage.
18 damage. Okay.
Dang.
You watch as your spell strikes this bough, and you watch it ice over even more than it already was. And though it does kind of curl a little under the effects of your spell, you can see that it doesn't affect it as much as you might have hoped. Your guess is probably because it was largely frozen already. It is still hanging there.
Does anybody have fireball?
I was just gonna say, as seeing that the frost didn't really do too much, Xanifer is going to follow up Odette's attack with a firebolt of her own.
Okay. Roll that damage.
That is 15. I believe I don't get any. I believe I don't get any bonuses.
15 damage?
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we watched the frost, the ray of frost, kind of hit this, and it wilts just a little, shrivels under the extreme cold, then followed immediately by Xanifer's firebolt. It hits this thing, and immediately the ice melts off of this, and it starts to curl as it darkens and chars, and then falls from the doorway to the ground. And the little berries on it are making little like little like fireworks.
I would like to say that the firebolt, how it looked was Xanifer held out her hand, and like she kind of pulled something from her pocket and held out her hand, and this little ball of metal, for as all you can see, all of a sudden kind of rose up and turned into like this little tiny dragon as it flew out, and as it got close, it flamed.
Amazing.
I think Bonita's gonna hop over and stomp on it with her feet and say bad words. You fucking hit Santa Claus, you stupid piece of shit.
And right in front of the Lord.
You beat Nox to it, as it was also going to stomp on it. However, without the obscenities, but it nods proudly at you instead.
Bonita grew up in a tavern.
I'm just saying that's a surefire way to get onto the naughty list.
Thanks for pointing it out.
Good job,
Okay.
Benita. You showed it good.
Thank you.
I would like for all of you, please, to make dexterity saving throws.
And that's rolling a 20, correct?
Yes. Mhm. And then you'll have a bonus under your saves.
14.
What was yours, Ray?
8.
8. Okay.
I rolled a 10, but I have a +2 on my dex.
I rolled a 20.
Oh, nice.
What am I?
So mine's 12.
Oh, there we go.
Get anything special for rolling a 20?
Well, it was a nat. It was a dirty 20, so with my
Ah.
bonuses.
Okay.
I'm freshly wound. I'm good to go.
Right? Okay. So, those of you who managed to hit a DC of 12, I think that was everybody except for Odette?
Again.
Yeah. Or Odette. All of you suddenly realize that you are being ambushed by a small group of Neldings. They leap out from under tables, from behind corners, around bookshelves or toy shelves, and each one of them, they're recognizable as Neldings merely by their stature and the kind of high-pitched sound of their voices. But you can see that each of them is wearing a strange straw mask that is shaped vaguely like some form of animal or another. Each of them seems to wear a different visage. All of them, their eyes have been kind of blackened out where you can't really see any presence behind this mask. They've all leapt out in pairs at each one of you and attempted to grapple you. However, the only one that they managed to actually get was Odette. And Odette, within a matter of seconds, you are gift wrapped with a bow on top.
Lovely.
You are restrained. The rest of you manage to avoid this onslaught as these Neldings kind of fall back, realizing that the ambush largely failed, and they're going to try to retreat. However, that does open up many of them to attacks of opportunity, since most of you had your weapons drawn. So if you'd like, you may attack as these Neldink fall back.
I will definitely. Oops.
By the way, fall back, comma, taking Odette with them.
Oh,
no.
no!
No. Mm-mm.
That little piece of information might be helpful.
Yeah.
Do we roll
I-
initiative? Or?
Yeah, how are we gonna do that? Because
Not just
totally
yet.
take an attack.
Not yet?
Not-
Okay.
Not just yet. These are all opportunity attacks.
Roll a 13 on my attack die.
Okay. You hit. Go ahead. Was that you, Petra?
Oh, yes.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I will also attack, but I'm not attacking with my knife. I'm attempting, in fact, to grab the Nelding that's dragging Odette away, or one that's closer if I can't get to her easily.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, it would probably be against one of the ones that had tried to do the same to you.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're the ones that would obviously be the closest.
So, unarmed attack or
a grapple is what it sounds
grapple?
like.
Okay.
So yeah, you would roll and you would add, because you're initiating, it would be your athletics is what you're going to add.
Okay. So I roll. What do I roll under? It's on.
So athletics is a skill.
Oh, so I just do the skill. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You'll just roll a d20 and add your modifier. 16.
16. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, you are far stronger than this Neldink, and you're able to grab a hold of its collar, its vest, something like that, and you have a firm hold of this Neldink as it's like kicking and screaming and kind of snarling.
I'm gonna try to pull its mask off.
Okay. All right. You reach up and you pull this mask off, and this Neldink is still like kicking and screaming. It has its eyes closed, like tightly, almost like a child during a nightmare. And it is just thrashing around, kicking and screaming and snarling, like to the point where like saliva is like flinging off of its mouth.
My grapple is going to be part restrain and part hug, I think.
Perfect.
And I'm going to just say, it's okay. It's okay. What's your name?
All right.
I can help you.
Roll a persuasion. It's going to be at disadvantage.
Okay. It's not going to work. Let's see how bad it gets. Yeah, my disadvantage roll was an 8, unfortunately.
Okay. So an 8 total. All right. So, yeah, this Neldink continues just to kind of thrash around in your arms. Maybe even not hearing you. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, who else?
Me.
Oh, okay.
So I have Warcaster, so I can cast a spell as a reaction for an opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So I'm going to cast Booming Blade. So what you see is Xanafer just kind of punches a button on her gauntlet, and it kind of all of a sudden just kind of hums, and then she's going to punch. Was there multiple?
Yeah, each one of you had a pair. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, going to punch one of them that's trying to take Odette away, and I rolled and got 25 to hit.
Okay, so this again will be one of the ones that came to attack you, because those are certainly those are the ones that are invoking a top attacks opportunity as they are leaving your space.
Yeah, then it'll be one on me.
25 will certainly hit.
Do you want us to do damage right now?
That's up to you.
Oh, I definitely.
If you want to.
Damage.
Okay.
So it will take 9 points of thunder damage.
Okay. Both you and Billy strike these creatures, and these Neldings are minions. So they only have 1 hit point each. When you connect with them as they are trying to fall back away from you, they are put out of the fight, and you can both determine kind of what that looks like if you want.
Well, I think with the one that I punched, it literally just kind of, as it was running away to tail, Xenifer just kind of does a roundhouse punch on it, just bop, and the connection with the thunder damage just causes it to go and kind of force backwards, if you will. It kind of flings the creature backwards into the wall or something where it slumps to the ground.
Slams into a nearby toy bookshelf or a toy shelf and
knocks out, and then eventually a book falls down and hits it on the head.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is a book what kills it?
Maybe.
Knowledge really is power.
You hear that, kids? Reading is dangerous. I'm just kidding. Please don't.
I think Billy just kind of like this Nelding runs at him from like behind him. He just kind of like pulls out the skillet and bonk.
Absolutely.
Hope I didn't hit him too hard. I hate when Bromber does it to me.
Okay.
Are these the same critters that we're supposed to be getting their names for Santa to put on the list?
Nox tried and failed, so therefore it is not worth it.
I mean, if Nox has another chance to do something, because this doesn't escape, he's actually going to cast, or it's going to cast a spell on it.
I mean,
We'll
I have
try.
an idea. I have an idea to get their names, but I'm currently restrained.
That's true.
We hear. Benita, did you want to take a swing at one of the ones trying to get away from you?
I think I would like to grab it and restrain it to try to find out its name.
Okay. So you can make a grapple check as well. So it'll be an athletics roll from you.
I rolled a 20.
You rolled a 20?
I rolled a 20.
Oh, nat 20? Okay, wow. Yeah. So this Nelding is trying to get away from you, and with your lightning fast Levin, reflexes, you latch out and grab a hold of enough of this Nelding's clothes to stop him from disengaging from you. And again, just like Odette, it's thrashing around, kicking and screaming, and saliva's just everywhere. It's almost feral.
And I would yell at him to knock it off. Tell me your name.
That sounds like an intimidation roll.
Yeah, I shall roll.
Okay.
And I rolled a 19.
Okay. So you conjure up your best mom voice, and you lay down the law, and demand that this Nelding tells you their name. They stop thrashing around, and kind of loosen the tightness of their eyes and kind of blink a few times and look at you. My name is Riam.
Well, that's good to know. I don't want to hurt you, but you guys need to stop it.
Put me down.
No.
Please?
I think I would look around at everyone going, what do I do? He said, please. He's talking. He's not snarling anymore. Is he normal again?
Ask him more questions. You seem to have his attention.
That's true.
Meanwhile, Odette is making a fast getaway.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to grapple. Is anyone else free? Because I can always just drop mine and go and save
I will
her.
waddle after Odette. My
My hero.
amazing 25 speed.
Well, the good news is that they're Neldinks too. And so
That's true.
Keep up with them.
This is the slowest getaway ever.
the little legs.
Yeah.
Nox definitely wants to go and help. It's going to try one more thing. It's going to summon up all the warmth and remembrance of being a protector and imbue this energy on this creature it's holding. And a protection from evil aura is going to fall upon this captive of mine, and I will see if that does any good.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is an actual spell?
Yes.
Or is it a paladin feature? Okay.
Nope,
What
this
is
is
the
a
spell?
spell. I'm casting it.
What does it do?
Protection from evil. The target, if the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead, then it has advantage on any saving throws against the effect.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that that will help convince it.
All right. Similarly, it stops thrashing around in your hands, and it unclenches its eyes and opens them, and kind of looks at you. Who are you?
I'm here to help.
Hi, here to help.
I am Nox. We are here with Cristoph. Are you okay?
Cristoph?
Would you be willing to help us? Yes.
He kind of looks in Kristoff's direction. Oh no.
It's not too late. You can still be good.
Oh, okay. What do you want me to do?
Just tell us your name and the name of your friends or of the other people you're here with, if you can.
That would take a long time.
Are there many of you here? Under...
Oh yeah, I have lots and lots of friends.
How is Cristoph doing? Can I just send him over to Cristoph? We have other things we gotta do.
Cristoph kind of takes a look at him and puts his hands on his hips, shakes his head, kind of like wags his finger. Lot bad. I should have known better. It'll be cold for you this year.
I think Bonita's going to spin around and point the one in her hands towards Santa and kind of shake him a little bit. You work for Santa or do you work for Krampus?
Santa! Santa!
I'm also lunging for Odette, just in case we forget.
Thank you.
We just see like we see this shot like over the top of one of the workbenches, of just like.
My movement speed might be higher. I will make a break for it now that I've gotten rid of my young charge and put it in its
Can I do anything to
place.
get out of this?
You certainly
Yes.
can.
I
You can
would
make a
love to-
strength saving throw, or actually a
think I'm
strength.
better
It would
at
be a
that.
strength check. So probably
straight strength.
Athletics, if you have it.
Dang it! If only, I wish I had Blade Song before this. I would have had advantage.
Oh no.
Athletics. I don't have anything in that. Come on, high roll. That's another 8.
Oh
Oh,
no.
goodness.
Okay.
I'm getting
The
my bad
papers-
rolls out of the way so I can have my good rolls when Krampus
There
shows
you
up.
go. That's the attitude. So it's the paper's really not that bad. It's thick quality wrapping paper, but it's not really the part that's the hard part. The hard part is the ribbon. They use an excessive amount of ribbon, and it's really hard to break through.
That's fair. That's fair. I
Okay.
can't do that either.
So anybody who is going to attempt to free Odette or stop the Neldinks from getting away with her completely, as they are now entering the doorway where the magic mistletoe was moments before, you get one more opportunity to try to do something to stop them.
Oh, I
Whatever
definitely
order
want
you
to try to
wish.
stop.
Yeah,
Okay,
I would
what you got?
definitely go for it.
I wouldn't want to hurt her.
Fireball might be a
Ice
bad
is-
choice in this case.
Yeah. So I think
I'm-
I might try just another physical, try to grab her off their arms. Even
Okay.
though I'm not a
I made a-
strength
I'm-
person.
I am ice and I have 33 HP.
Okay. All right, Bonita. You bound over that direction and you try to basically grapple her away from them. So go ahead and again, you're initiating a grapple, so this will be an athletics check from you.
Okay, so this is just a regular roll. Ooh, I rolled a 5.
All right. So
And I
in
don't have any
your
bonuses.
in your hurry to get over there, you bound once, bound twice, and you bound right over Odette and kind of hit the wall on the other side of this little small opening where the magic mistletoe was hanging from.
Ouch.
Okay.
Kind of embarrassed.
Xanifer, you all it happens. Xanifer, you said you were also trying to do something?
Yes. Yes.
What you
I
got?
would like to we're gonna punch another one of the people that are actually holding Odette. Are we talking just action here or action and bonus action?
Yeah, you can have a full action this turn.
Okay.
Full,
Then we're gonna
full turn.
punch 2 of them with each hand. One, boom.
Okay, sure.
So the good hand, that would be a 23, and the offhand is a 13.
Okay. So the first one, were you going after the leading individual or the trailing Neldink?
Probably the first one I would have come to, so it'd been the trailing one if
The
I'm
trailing one.
behind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you come up and you connect with this one, and with the power of your the suit of armor that you have, the gauntlets that you're striking with, you cause this Neldink to just crumple underneath the weight of your punch. He drops the side of Odette that he was carrying, and the other one is now basically pulling Odette, dragging that end of her along the floor, trying to get away. And you swing at it, and it ducks down beneath your fist as it basically just kind of like knocks one of the straw ears loose off of the top of its head.
I forgot we are level 5. I have an extra attack.
Okay, yeah,
Can we try again with the extra attack on
sure.
that lead one? Or not the, yeah. Oh, never mind. That's a 2.
Okay,
So it's an 8. We're
This-
no good.
this is a slippery Neldink, apparently.
Yeah.
Dodging 2 blows back to back.
Odette got in the way. I mean, her dragging body's like tangling up my feet. I just can't get.
Not able to get there in time.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm just going to ignore the Nelding. I'm just going straight for cutting open the wrapping.
Okay.
I'm obviously not going to aim my knife at Audette, we're just slicing through ribbons, the blade coming out my way, kind of grabbing the package and just as quickly as I can, cutting her free.
All right. So do me a favor and make a. What do you usually wield your knife with? Is it strength or dexterity?
Dexterity.
Okay, then make me a dexterity check.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You gotta be kidding me. What are the odds?
Did you roll the 1 again?
Is it 1 out of 20? Is that the odds?
Yes, that is the odds. Yes, I
So
do.
what happens? What does this look like?
What happens is you see Nox grab the ribbon and grab the knife, and with the knife comes up to cut into the ribbon, and then Nox just stops. The ribbon's held
Nox.
really firmly though, so it's still going to be a problem.
It's true.
This is not let it go.
It's kind of doing that. It's doing that weird like string around your finger to get a ring off. It's kind of doing that spin around her body.
Around Odette's body or Nox?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or Nox froze up again. Anybody else?
To see if I can if I can get out of this thing now.
Yeah,
I
this
use
is
my
the second round, and you haven't done it for this round, so you can try.
Okay.
It'll be another strength.
Wish me luck.
Strength.
That's a
Check.
3.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh,
This ribbon is
Krampus
like-
is gonna win.
While the ribbon has like unfurled and
Let's tape.
untightened, like from the point where Nox has grabbed a hold of it. Unfortunately, what that means for the far end is that it's just wound tighter, like across
That's
your
what you-
legs in the lower, your lower torso.
I'm switching my dice.
Probably a good idea. Okay. Anybody else?
Do I want to do I have an idea of how much Odette weighs?
She's 5'5", so probably about an appropriate weight for that. She doesn't look like she's overweight, so
She's not like tiny like a Neldink. She's just small.
She's about the same size as a human.
Okay. Could Mage Hand be used to untie the ribbon?
Possibly. It could allow you
Okay.
to make a check at a distance.
Well, since I jumped and fell in front of them, I should be fairly close to them, right?
Mhm.
So, yeah, I want to try to do that. See if
Okay.
the Mage Hand can do anything.
So you summon up your mage hand.
Oh, yeah, it's a cantrip. Yes.
And you project it out away from you and try to grab a hold of this ribbon and tear. So you can make a strength check. If you have athletics, you can use athletics.
Oh, I just rolled a 1.
Oh no.
Do you
Okay.
shut down too?
I did,
No.
but I do have a plan in my mind for if I roll a 1, if I could be so
Oh.
bold.
Please enlighten us. I'm eager to
Okay.
hear this.
So, as earlier we smelled the cocoa and the gingerbread, it dawns on her that when people decorate gingerbread, they often put candy on it. So the mage hand is going to bypass her and grab the piece of candy and bring it back to her, to which she is going to eat because she kind of lost her mind with the scent of it. And now she's going to be really, really freaking hyper. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. I'm so sorry, guys. I can't believe it. Sugar does this to me and I can't help myself. And we're in Santa's workshop and I was just trying to help her and I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The hierarchy of needs. Odette falls so low.
But I tried.
I think last, standing in the doorway, is a big, fluffy, white, abominable snowman.
Yay.
Excellent.
He is going to try and knock out one of the players involved in holding Odette.
Yep. Yeah, there's only one Neldink left that is currently dragging Odette. So if you can land one, there's a good chance that it'll
Total
do
of
the trick.
14.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
All right.
So what does it look like as he stops the abduction of Odette?
I think he uses the saucepan that he had from earlier and smacks the creature in the head, but he breaks the handle because he's much too large to hold a saucepan as a weapon.
Kabong.
You see just on the other side, like, ah, my saucepan.
Perfect. This Neldink falls to the ground, unconscious, dead perhaps, who knows.
I don't think,
Odette.
man.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, nah, he would have restrained himself, but he's an abominable snowman. I don't have to say.
True. Abominable, after all. So the as soon as the last Neldink falls, Odette, that part of you falls to the ground as well. And within seconds, between the help of your friends, you are able to get yourself free, as well as get Nonx rewound. And go ahead.
See, when she gets free, she looks up and sees the abominable snowman. About how big is it?
You're muted, Baron.
About 6 foot tall.
Okay, she will just like give a little bow to it. Oh, my thanks, Lord Snowman. And she will stand on her tiptoes and give it like a kiss on the forehead.
And he kind of like, rah, rah, rah.
Is everyone okay?
You wouldn't think that something mechanical could furrow its brow, but Nox seems genuinely confused as how Odette is suddenly not wrapped anymore.
More appropriate question is, are you okay? I mean, that could not have been very fun, being wrapped up like that and then taken away.
Oh, quite so. To be ambushed. I haven't had such horrible fighting etiquette shown to me since I last fought at the tier pool. It's cowardly and disastrous and horrible, but I'm perfectly fine. Thank you all for your efforts in saving me.
Wish I could have done a better job. I'm so sorry. And she's just going to be hopping around the room with nervous
Miss
energy.
Harrington, I'm sure you did an amazing job out there. She didn't see anything. She doesn't know what happened. And Lord Kringle, is he okay too? And she's looking back to make sure he's still alive.
He is. He's kind of rubbing that shoulder and the chest where he kind of took the hit from the magic mistletoe. But he is kind of making his way over to where the rest of you are, nodding.
It's very quick thinking. I hate to think that what they would have done with you, or that if they had managed to sneak away with you. I'm not sure what Krampus is up to, but it cannot be good.
All right. We are going to go ahead and take our break here. But before we go on break, I'm going to reiterate that we are doing a giveaway. So anybody who is interested in trying to win a copy, their choice, of one of the Expedition engines that I sell, paid for and donated by Michelle, if you are interested in entering the drawing for that, go ahead and roll a d20, post in our chat the result whenever we come back from break. I have already rolled my d20. Whoever gets the closest to the number that I rolled will be the winner. And then we will sort out how to get into contact and exchange and get that copy into your hands. So sit tight, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And we will be right back. Let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? We will be right back in 10 minutes to get to the second half of O Silent Night. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We're back tonight with this lovely holiday-themed one-shot titled "Oh Silent Night." We are playing 5th edition of the Dungeons and Dragons setting. Yeah, I'm super-duper stoked to get back to this story and these crazy characters. But before we do that, we have a giveaway to settle. Raffle, I guess maybe is what it would be called. Before we went on break, I rolled a d20, and I asked anybody who was interested in entering to win a copy of the Expedition Engine, which is a system that I designed and have available for sale, to roll a d20 and post their results in the chat. This particular gift was paid for and donated by Michelle. So again, thank you very, very much, Michelle, for doing that.
You're very
That's
welcome.
incredibly kind. So, for those of you who have posted your results, I think we've had enough time for everybody to post who's going to. So, let's see what we have. We have an 11, a 2, a 14, a 19. I think that's everybody, right? Because Baron and Ray, you posted in both. Yeah. Okay. So my number that I rolled was a 16, which means that Baron with a 14
Baron.
should be the winner.
Yay.
So, Baron, I don't know if you know how to get a hold of me or not, but
You got like a
Message me.
pager or
yeah, rocking
I
that
can
pager.
I'll fax you. Don't worry about it.
Fantastic. Yeah, get in touch with me. Let me know what version of the Expedition Engine that you would like, and I will send it your way.
Excellent. Thank you.
I have played the pirate one with my children and my husband, and it was a hit. They loved it. It was easy for the young ones to understand pirate and play.
That makes me very happy to hear. It's definitely designed as a rules light system. It's a 1-page, everything included. So yeah, I think there's 5 versions available now. The pirates being one of them. The newest being Courage and Coin. Nope, Coin and Courage. That's what it's called. Is the kind of generic fantasy.
Me. I just wrote it. I don't know what it's called.
I barely know how to run it. I'm constantly messing it up, but that's the way I do things here. All right. Speaking of that's the way that I do things, are we ready to get back to this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's do
I'm all
it.
wound up. Let's do it.
All right. So it continues. All right. So, standing in the doorway of the kind of entry shop, the entry workshop of Kristoph's toy workshop, we have just recovered the gift-wrapped form of Odette, who was being absconded with by 2 of the corrupted Neldinks, wearing these strange, kind of ritual-looking masks made out of straw. The Neldinks have been dealt with, or escaped into dark corners of this place, and the room has grown quiet again. Nox has been rewound, and you are kind of gathering yourselves before potentially heading into the next room. Is there anything that you want to say or do before we move deeper into Kristoph's workshop?
I'm gonna go get my lantern since I'm fairly certain I dropped it when I got wrapped.
I am going to go up to Odette as she's trying to find her lantern.
Yeah, it's kind of strange that she's having trouble finding it.
You should stick by me. I mean, I will protect you. You seem to like you need some protection. I mean, I know you're a great friend and everything, and you killed somebody to be here. I mean, I've never killed anybody before tonight. Did you see how? Oh no, you didn't. You were wrapped up. That's right.
Well,
But yeah, stick with me, and you'll be fine.
Well, I appreciate it, Lady Whifflespring. You must remember, I am a knight. I know how to fight, and I know how to. It's not about killing; it's about protecting others.
Exactly, and that's what I'm going to do because you need it.
Thank you. I do appreciate the efforts. I will protect you as well. I will protect all of our friends, so long as there's no nefarious deeds that are happening that would catch us off guard, so it seems. And you must excuse me, that was a moment of weakness that I did not catch them earlier. But no more of that. No more of that.
Oh, here's your lantern.
Oh, thank you very much. Quite difficult to see without this thing.
I think Bonita is going to be running in place to try to get rid of all of her extra energy and talk to everybody at the same time. Guys, I kind of think that maybe it's their masks. Like, I don't think it was my imitation of my mom's voice that snapped that guy into awakenedness. Maybe we just need to snatch their masks off and we won't have to kill any more of these guys.
All right. Go ahead, Baron.
That's a good idea. Not really about the killing unless it's necessary.
Thanks.
They really have just been getting the wrong influences. Just need to get sent back to Father Christmas and then they should be good.
Now, would putting them on the naughty list make it so that the influence of Krampus would be nullified?
Cristoph nods. No, I would think perhaps quite the opposite.
Then shouldn't we be putting them on the nice list? See if that would assist.
The problem is that they are on the nice list already. You see, if you're on the nice list, you get a small little bit of help when I can afford to give it. And as I said, if you're on the naughty list, well, Krampus has a stronger hold on you. It is in his domain.
So mechanically, if you are on Kristoff's nice list, you will receive the benefits of a bless spell. If you are on the naughty list, then you are the target of a bane spell. So that means for going forward, anytime that you make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, I believe, make sure to also roll a d4 and add it to your result. Cristoph kind of stands up.
Well, should we press on? Are all of you ready? Come, I feel the cold this way.
And he kind of turns and starts to stride deeper into the workshop. For those
Xenifer really tries to
Go ahead.
keep up with Odette, even though Odette's much faster. She tries her hardest. Yeah.
She'll like drop her steps a little bit so you can keep close walking distance with her, but try not to make it obvious that she's being too slow.
I'm gonna also try not to make it obvious that I'm staying near both of them. They seem very encouraged that they can take care of themselves and each other, which is fantastic. But just in case.
Bonita's going to hop up close to Santa.
All right. You head deeper into Kristoff's workshop, and just like the sleigh, you're kind of caught by surprise by how much larger this place seems to be on the inside as opposed to its footprint on the outside. The space that you enter into now is likewise covered over with this sparkling rime all around the room, but you can still see the shapes and some of the coloration of the things underneath it. You can see this kind of decorative, hand-carved wooden details in the walls and the banisters. Now it looks like it's all sculpted out of ice. There's a large furnace in one corner, or one side of the room that is lit and is going. The frost not anywhere near as thick there, but is all the shinier for the melting. The shelves and things are lined with toys, much like the previous space. But in here, you see all manner of activities. There is movement happening all over this room. You can see more Neldinks in these masks. You also see what looks like a lot of toys moving around on their own. And hovering amongst them, hovering amongst them, at first looking almost like a heap of cloth, this red stitched fabric, it looks like a version of Cristoph, dressed in red and white fur robes, but it has these twisted antlers that rise up out of its gaunt, haunted face. It rattles with chains as it kind of glides across the floor, and you hear the soft clop clop of cloven hooved feet with every step that it takes. It points these long, spindly, taloned fingers here and there, when with every gesture, chains and sleigh bells ring quietly. Cristoph stops, and kind of as you gather up behind him, he whispers back to all of you, "There's Krampus."
I think when Bonita gets her eyes on Krampus, she is probably going to come to a skidding halt and start to move backwards and maybe even fall on her behind because she is scared to death.
Odette will put out her hand to stop Xanifer, and she doesn't have any sense of fear on her face as she pulls her sword upwards and kind of puts her lantern to the side. But she's not going in to attack just yet.
Nox is going to bend over Benita as a final thing before it goes out to face Krampus, and hand her its backpack and say, "This is your job now. You are I trust you to take care of the snow globe. We may need it. Keep it safe."
She would reach out with her hands shaking and pull it close to her and put it in her pack. Shake, shake, shaking.
You're gonna need to unpack it a little.
Yeah.
Take your time. It's okay.
You've got time.
You've got time.
Santa, when are we supposed to use this?
No idea. And Nox is going to turn around and take out its knife again and step forward to stand closer to Xanifer and Odette.
What are his weaknesses?
Ooh.
Anything we can exploit?
You're real robot-y to me, Ray.
What's that?
You're real robot-y.
Oh no!
A lot of digital distortion.
Yeah, she will just say, what are his weaknesses? What can we use to exploit this? Is that any better?
I think I got the gist of what you're saying, but it's still
Dang
getting
it.
some popping.
Hold Hold on, I'll try switching my microphone again.
Okay. Sounded like you're asking for weaknesses.
Yes, please.
Cristoph will say, "Do not use cold on him. It has no effect. Fire may just be the thing that will work." He kind of, you can see on his face, he kind of winces a little whenever he says this, realizing that essentially he's asking you to burn him. Okay.
Oof, I just had a horrible thought I'm not going to voice out loud.
What I would like from each of you now is to roll initiative.
Yes, sir.
Those wonderful words.
Boom.
Ooh.
I got
Natural
a 4.
20.
Nice.
Natural 20, 23 in total.
Okay.
If it looks like we're going to be going into combat, can I go ahead and activate my blade song? It's a bonus action, so I'm not too pressed if I can't.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you knew trouble was coming, so. Okay, let me see.
I have an 18.
Petra, Nox got a 23, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Benita, you said 18 total?
Correct.
Thank you. We've got Xanifer with a 20. Odette got a 4. Billy, what you got? You're muted.
13.
I see I
13,
did not save my good rolls for Krampus.
Billy, whoops, roll me a d6 for me.
Okay. 5.
Okay. All right. And all right. Area. Okay. So this is going to operate similarly to a normal combat. However, there's going to be a few extra pieces to how this is going to work. There is a lot of potential targets and possible effects that are going on in this room. So they're going to be tracked with a device I'm going to bring up here in just a second. And then we'll discuss each of these entries in turn. These things are going to be annoyances, hindrances, things of that nature that you can either choose to deal with or not. That's up to you. But if you do choose to deal with them, then it might make things a little less bothersome. So, there's going to be 5 different of these effects. And they are experiment, gingerbread men, really hot chocolate, toy soldiers, and vampiric bull toys.
Oh my god.
So, let's go through these, because these are also in this room. They are present now that we are finding ourselves here. Let's switch to art. There's old beautiful himself. Okay, we're gonna do this in reverse order. Vampiric pool toys. You see a bunch of different traditional toys that all seem to have grown teeth and spines and spikes and hollow dead eyes. You see even a few of the toys that Baron described from the first room that are in similar states of disrepair and damage. We have rows and rows of toy soldiers who are each only about 6 inches high, but they are marching on patrol around the raised areas of this room. We have really hot chocolate. Definitely the source of the hot chocolate that you have been smelling. You also see dozens of gingerbread men running around the room doing this and that. They seem to be receiving their orders from a horseback-bound gingerbread person, the Ginger Snap Knight.
Oh my gosh, it's adorable.
She rides a gingerbread horse that gallops and rears and whinnies as she shouts orders to the other gingerbread people. And lastly is a strange abomination that is wandering around the room, made entirely out of peppermint.
Oh my god.
Oozing a dripping green mint sauce from some of its joints and its mouth. This creature is known as the experiment.
Baron, you know what you got to do.
Yeah, it's gotta die.
So these are the things that are also going to be kept track of up above me. As you work on these particular issues, these peppermint will go away. And once the thing is gone, then it will no longer have an effect on you. So, here we go. Nox, you're up first.
What is closest to us? You were
Does not
mentioning
matter.
many scary things.
But
I mean,
you choose.
Okay. Well, the giant peppermint thing looks horrifying. But I feel like the vampire toys need to be dealt with immediately. Anything that's coming at us with that many teeth, I would just like them gone. I don't feel comfortable attacking Krampus yet because I really don't want to hurt Cristoph. So I'm still pondering how that's going to work. So one thing at a time, just straight up attacks. That knife, I'm going to destroy those toys.
All right.
They don't need to exist.
So the one that you close with, tell me what it looks like. What warped version of toy is this?
Oh, this is like some hideous teddy bear that looked like it was once some creature that was supposed to be a comforting, cute, cuddly thing to help a child sleep at night. And now it's that thing that like crawls at the front of the bed with its claws and kind of climbs up, hissing, just like, you know, waiting for them to roll over and look at it so it can go like every horror movie you ever see. So yeah, no, like it should not have teeth. That is just wrong. And the little glowing eye on one side and then like the button stitch on the other side, just no.
I love that. Absolutely.
So
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna destuff it.
Go for it. Nox with the carving knife.
Yeah, Nox with the +1 carving knife.
Plus
just
one
boom.
carving knife.
Yes. Nox takes very, very good care of this carving knife. It has been imbued with all the love of years, and Nox hits with a nice dirty 20 on that
Oh yeah,
first blow.
absolutely.
If it is obliterated, then I'll use my second attack on something else, but we'll see how it goes. So 8 damage on that. Plus, I guess.
Okay.
Double that. Do I double that then, or I don't know if I did or not?
Mm-mm.
No.
No,
Okay.
what? No.
Oh, because it was a dirt 20, right? Sorry. Yep. So just
yeah,
8.
yeah, yeah. Dirty. Yeah, no. If you roll natural, then yes, it's a crit.
That's true. Okay. So,
Okay. So
how
8
is it
points.
looking? Yep. Does it need another attack? Because I have another one to go.
Yeah, so you lash out and slash at this thing, and it kind of looks down as, like, you know, the polyfill stuffing kind of like comes out of its stomach, and it's grabbing at it with its claws, and kind of looks up at you and snarls, like little threads of drool and saliva kind of coming out of his glistening teeth. It just kind of looks up and does not seem to be entirely dead.
Well, I think it would do better if it was on separate corners of the room, half over there, half over there. So we're going to just finish that off.
All right.
I suspect it'll take more than just attacking these all individually, though. So, but we'll see. So I'm hit it again.
Mhm.
This time it is only a 10.
All right. 10. A 10 will miss.
All right.
Okay. So this creature is still around, but is leaking stuffing with every step or slide it makes as it crawls its way towards you. Okay. Xanifer.
You described Krampus as having chains.
Yes.
Are they wrapped around his body? Like, how much are they?
They more drape from his form, but there's probably a few passes that your guess would be that they kind of go all the way around.
Xanifer is going to mumble under her breath, make some motions with her hands, and then this slew of little tiny, they look like, I don't know, like maybe like pilgrims with pitchforks, just kind of all of a sudden just kind of speed away from her, surround Krampus entirely, and then they like basically start to glow, and they are lighting him on fire, kind of. What I'm casting is heat metal on the chains.
Oh, nice. Okay. What does that need from me? Is it a saving throw?
So if he's in physical contact with the chains, he's going to take 2d8 fire damage.
Okay.
Of which subsequently on a bonus action I can repeat this. And if he is holding or wearing the object and takes damage from it, he must succeed on the Constitution saving throw or drop it if he can. If he can't drop the object or doesn't, then he'll have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, so he's definitely in contact with these things. I mean, they're, you know, kind of wound up in his cloth and things, but they're certainly about his person.
So he's going to take 11 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And I'm concentrating that spell. As a bonus action, I'm going to activate my defensive field of my armor.
What does that do?
I gain 5 temporary hit points.
Okay, nice, awesome. You watch as the chains immediately begin to glow like white hot. And he reaches his head kind of towards the ceiling as much as he can in kind of his stooped position, and he just kind of emits this kind of groan. These definitely seem to affect him more than you might have expected. He has vulnerability to fire damage, so he took twice that. Let's see here.
And I would like to move closer to, I don't know, we'll pick the gingerbread men.
Okay.
So close in with them.
Close in with them. Okay, and your The heat metal. Okay, you were just flavoring a heat metal, so never mind.
Yeah, that's the artificer thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So all right, the fun stuff. Experiment is going to close with, we've got what, 3 of you kind of trying to take up the front line here. Odette, Xenifer, and Nox. Odette.
Huh?
Apparently, Experiment is closest to you.
Okay.
It walks over to you on these long peppermint sticks that kind of just truncate where it meets the floor, and it walks almost like the Landstriders from the Dark Crystal, or like the front, like he puts the hooks that he uses as weapons down on the ground, almost like a gorilla. And he's kind of doing that as he thumps across the floor towards you. And as he gets nearest to you, he throws his arms back and wide and starts bringing those hooks down towards you. What is your armor class?
17.
17. Okay. Oof. Okay. First one's gonna hit.
Can I use my reaction to cast shield? That gives me a +5.
It's still gonna hit.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah, he rolled an 18 plus his other stuff, so.
Wait. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I guess I will hold off then until I see what happens next.
Okay. The second one hits, but may or may not make a difference if you cast it.
With a 17 +5, that's going to be 22 to my AC.
Okay. So you throw your shield up, and the second attack is not going to hit. It was only a total of 20. So this one peppermint hook gets you, and you're going to take piercing damage to the tune of 11 points.
All right. And
This is the sharpest peppermint you've ever seen in your life.
reasonably so. She, like, the first hit, it kind of knocks her a little bit, but with her shield up, she is able to, like, just smack its next peppermint away with her sword. And despite being hurt, she doesn't look too affected by this. She's still standing strong as best she can.
All right. This thing kind of towers over you, kind of hunched over you, like dripping this green, sticky, sweet, like saccharine sweet smelling goo out of its mouth. It kind of like drips and drops all around you on the floor. All right. That was Experiment. Now the gingerbread man. Let's see.
I did say I closed in with them.
You did say that. Thank you. So Xenifer, you like closed in with a small grouping of these, kind of the tightest little knot of them that you could find or whatever. And just about the time that you take the last step, like closing with them, you realize the little tiny voice of the ginger snapped knight has been ordering the rest of them, and they are starting to swarm around you. You realize that they are all over the place. And they're all jumping at you and swatting at you with their main attack, which is warm hugs. What is your AC? 17? Is that right?
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yep.
Cool. Okay, the first one is going to miss. Oh, wait. No, they're a swarm, so that is it. Okay. So, though they lunge at you, and they're hopping and leaping, and you hear their little like every time they jump from here to there, trying desperately to cling themselves to you, you manage to duck and back up and bash them kind of away, and none of them are able to close with you. They are, however, kind of in your space with you. Okay. Time for the really hot chocolate. Everybody. Roll a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Is it acrobatics?
No.
I didn't think so. Petra, you're muted.
I know, I wasn't trying to say anything yet. I was just getting there.
I'm sorry.
19. That's okay.
19. Okay.
Yeah.
Jennifer got an 11.
I have a 10.
9.
10 and a 9. Okay. And Billy, what you got? Uh-oh, did we lose him? We sure did.
No, he's here. He's just muted.
Baron, did you roll a dex save?
Yeah, I got a 6.
6. Okay. So, for those who did not hit a 12, you managed to get caught in these fire hose like nozzles that are turned on all of you and spray really hot chocolate all over you. Those of you who did not get a 12 or higher, you take fire damage of 7 points.
If I am close to one of the fails, I would like to use my reaction to jump in front with my shield for protection and to block the hot chocolate.
What does that do mechanically? Is there a
Yep, so it's reaction in combat, protection while wielding a shield. A creature you can see attacks a target other than you within 5 feet. Oh, so I'm not sure if it would work on it. But you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. So that doesn't work then, because...
Yeah, because it's a save.
Yeah, okay. All right. I tried.
Okay, what you could do is if you want to burn your reaction, I'll allow you to give advantage to the character, and then you essentially would just give up the chance to make a saving throw.
That's fine.
Okay. So which character are you trying to shield?
Okay, I'm trying to miss who failed on that.
Who all
it
failed?
looked like they were... Sorry?
Billy?
I think we all failed.
You all failed except me.
Oh, there was a bunch of them that rolled pretty low.
Wait,
Probably...
did we get a D4 for that also?
Oh,
Is it bless?
you should be.
I forgot about that.
Absolutely.
Smart.
That turns my
Good call.
11 into a 15.
Okay.
What did
Yeah,
I roll? I
then that
forget.
changes it into a pass, and you will take
And
none.
now I have a 12.
I
Then you
completely
will
forgot
also
what I rolled.
pass and take none.
Had mixed emotions about the marshmallows.
I think I said a 7.
You might be able to
That
fish them
sounds
out
right.
now they're on the ground. So
I got an
Odette,
11, so I still fail. What's up?
so I'm gonna block for Odette then.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you have advantage. So you get to roll again.
Does that include my D4 that I already rolled? Or do I have to re-roll that too?
I think the result is the same, so you'll just keep that D4.
It's not much better. I got a 5. Sorry.
Oh no. Okay. Try as Nox might to get its shield up in time to protect Odette. There's just too much of this stuff, and it comes spraying and pouring around the shield of Nox, and gets enough of Odette to still burn her. Okay. That was the really hot chocolate. The toy soldiers. Okay, the toy soldiers all line up. They all kind of march in step with each other into position, and then they pivot all as one and stand at attention, pull their rifles down off of their shoulders and aim them down at all of you, and all as one, you hear this little pop, 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 as all of their rifles go off and fire these small little tiny pellets that fill the space. So, does anybody have any spells that they're currently concentrating on? Xanifer, all right. I need you to make a concentration check at disadvantage.
I am also a warcaster, so I get advantage on concentration
Okay,
checks.
so it'll wash out then.
Okay, so I'll just roll 1 die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is 14 plus 3, 17.
That is exactly what you needed in order to maintain concentration on your spell. So the way that that's going to work is that DC is equal to whatever the toy soldier's clock is currently at, plus 5.
Okay.
Okay. So this rain of shot comes flying down from all over the place, and you manage to maintain your focus through all of that. If anybody casts a spell this round, you will have to make a concentration check at disadvantage to do so.
Yeah.
Do we also get to add our D4 to that?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because it's a concentration check, yeah. Which is technically a Constitution saving throw, right?
Yeah, con save on.
Yeah.
So I would have had at least one more. So I didn't roll my D4. But that's okay.
Oh.
But we made it.
All right. Okay, cool. That's the toy soldiers. Last but certainly not least on my end is the vampiric pool toys. There are still 6 of these knocking about. One of them almost not knocking about because of Nox. So Nox, the teddy bear that is facing off with you, is going to attach itself to you. Maybe.
Not very tasty.
Too much iron.
What is
Gotta
your
get a
AC?
mouthful of metal. Sure.
What is your armor class?
19.
Okay, yeah. Didn't come anywhere near you. You see it pull out this needle from within its own body. And trailing behind it is this strange kind of purple thread of energy. And it kind of jumps forward and tries to stab the needle into you, and it just ping off of your armor skin, essentially. Not able to bypass your defenses. Each of the rest of you are going to have a similar vampiric toy that hunts you down and tries to attach itself to you. So as we sort out each of their attacks, what I would like is for each one of you to tell me what this particular vampiric pull toy looks like. So let's start with... We already got Nox's out of the way. Xanifer, what does your toy look like?
It's a ragged looking teddy bear
Okay,
with big ass teeth.
all right. Much the same as this first one, it comes over and pulls a thread, or a needle with this strange thread trailing it, and is going to attempt to stab you with it, Xanifer. But likewise, nowhere near enough to bypass your defenses. All right. Bonita, what does the toy that's coming after you look like?
I think it's probably, I like the look of the duck in a way that I don't like the look of the duck. It's the duck that's coming after me.
All right. This one comes over to you, and As it's nearing, you hear it making this strange kind. It's a quack, but it has an accent to it. Quack, 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 quack. Yes, sounds Transylvanian. What is your AC? You got a 13?
13.
Oh, okay. It gets close to you, and it jumps up, snapping these jaws on your foot. You're going to take 3 points of piercing damage, and you realize as you kind of like rear back that this thing has tethered itself to you. The small little like eye hook on the front of its platform now has a strange purple thread-like tether connecting it to you.
Hermit purple. So if I shook my foot, it's going to move along with my foot?
No, you can still move your foot independent of it. It's just
Okay.
it itself is attached to you.
Okay. Like a spiritual bond.
Very similar. Yeah, very similar.
Okay.
Billy. Blue Hill Billy. What does the warped toy that is coming after you look like?
These are just the toy soldiers, right?
No, these are the vampiric twisted toys. Twisted teddy bear, twisted nutcracker, twisted duck.
Which one of them is chasing me? Probably the duck.
Yeah, you tell me. Describe it to me and tell me what it looks like.
I think it's it's like it's meant to be like those nesting dolls, but they like keep popping out, and it's another one with like these horrific legs, and then another pop out, and it's so it went from like one big one to like a big one in an army of like 8. And like the outside looked normal, but as it gets further and further in, it becomes more scary, more distorted.
Nice. And what is your AC?
My AC is a 15.
Okay. This one likewise hits you, and you take 5 points of piercing damage. And as the last of these babushka dolls kind of jumps onto your foot and then hops back off, you can see that there is again a purple thread, a tether that seems to connect you to these nesting dolls. And finally, Odette. What does the toy that's coming after you look like?
Odette's would kind of be like Slinky Dog from Toy Story, except in front of a dog. Instead of a dog, it is the head of a rat with this crude little crown on its head.
Fantastic. Absolutely. This thing kind of slinks its way to you, almost like part earthworm. But I don't think that's going to hit you. It just can't quite catch up to you. You're too fast. As it kind of almost like ferrets up the first half of itself, bobbing this way and that on its spring. Okay. That was all of the toys. Bonita, it is your turn.
That will work much better if
There you
I
go.
unmute it. I want to cast Bardic Inspiration on Nock because Nock has been trying so hard to shield us and protect us. So I feel like he needs a little extra something, something. So that shall be my
Excellent.
bonus move.
Okay, what is your Bardic Inspiration currently? Is it a D6, D8?
D8.
Fantastic.
Gain 1d8.
Does that last until I use it, or is that just the one, like the next turn?
I think you can use it whenever you want to.
Mm-hmm. within the next like 10 minutes
Or need to.
of like in-game time. I think you can use it on saving throws, attack rolls, and ability checks.
Nox is torn because it wants to protect Odette and help her immediately, but it needs to kill these things or they're just going to keep attacking us. So it's going to stand right near Odette to try to protect her as much as it can. But it needs to finish off some of these creatures. So it was the candy cane thing that did all the damage, eh? I think it's now my nemesis. I think we're attacking that.
Okay, so this is still on Bonita's turn.
Oh, sorry,
She
Benita's
gave
turn.
you,
Oh,
yeah, she just gave you
Oh.
Bardic Inspiration.
oh,
So-
sorry. Okay.
No, you're
Planning
good. Just
ahead is always
store
good.
that. Yeah, store that
I will
D8.
store that. It's
so you
there.
know-
Yes, we're good.
Absolutely. And you can certainly use it on the experiment. Absolutely.
So,
Bonita, that was your bonus action.
yes.
so you have
and
an
I have
action
a
still.
question about
Mhm.
proximity. Like I want to cast Shatter,
Okay.
and it has a 10-foot range, but I think it's centered. It's centered on a point that I pick.
Yeah, I
So-
think it's a 10-foot effect.
Hold on.
I
but it
imagine the
starts
range
wherever
is
I
probably
throw it to.
It's within
further than
60
that.
feet.
60
Yes,
feet.
I read it
okay.
all down. 60 feet.
That makes
okay.
sense.
I
So
love
yeah,
Shatter.
basically you can pick a point up to 60 feet away from you, and then in a 10-foot burst, it does the
Okay.
effect.
Okay, so then she is going to reach into her hair and she's going to pull out a piece of mica that she needs, little chip, and she's going to start breaking it into pieces while she's looking at experiment, because she is so angry that she not only wants to kill him, but she wants to go and lick his face, and it's making her mad. So
Makes me
she's
mad
going to
when that
cast it
happens.
on him, right? Cast it on him, and I guess you can determine what would be in a 10-foot radius around if anybody else
Yeah.
might get caught in it.
So
Well, you
he
can,
is a large creature. So he incorporates or encompasses most of that space.
Most of that. What were you going to say, Odette?
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say you could put it like in such a way that it would only get him, and not get like
True.
the rest of us.
Oh yeah. You
Yeah,
can
I was
absolutely
thinking like,
single him out.
is it going to get him and maybe a couple of cookies that are running around and swarming without hitting anyone else?
Maybe a few, maybe, but
Okay.
you know that there's also this is kind of spread out all over this space, so it's pretty hard with a 10-foot space to incorporate more than
More
than
than the one
him,
guy.
because yeah,
Okay.
he's technically a 10-foot by 10-foot monster, so he takes up the majority of that space.
Yeah, he's my focus right now because
Okay.
it's just blowing my mind that I'm struggling with this candy addiction and he's right there hurting somebody. So,
Perfect. Is it a saving throw that I need to give you?
okay, I wrote everything down
Okay.
and
No
it
worries.
says damage creature, organelle,
Oh, he's made of
Sword.
inorganic material.
inorganic material. They get a disadvantage on saving throws.
Okay.
Where is it? I literally
it's a-
wrote the whole thing out.
It's a
Sudden
con
knowledge-
save. Yeah.
A Constitution saving throw. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what is your spell DC, Bonita? What number do I need to try to hit?
DC.
It should be probably written on the top of the page that has your spells, or at least it is for some character sheets.
I don't think it is.
Okay. We can calculate it up. It's real fast.
So
So-
it's probably on here because I think I did it with Karen, but I'm feeling
It's
number
okay. There's a ton of
overwhelm.
information on those sheets, so it's very easy to lose a single number. It's very, very easy. Okay, so what
So
is
it'd be
your
your-
charisma modifier?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're a bard.
+3.
Okay, and then your current level gives you a +3 proficiency bonus. So that's 6, and then it's plus an 8. So your DC is a 14.
Okay, so that means they have to roll over DC 14. I do not have it written
They have to
down.
hit 14 or higher in order to pass.
And then if they pass it, they still take half the damage.
for certain spells. But I think Shatter is certainly one of those.
No, that's what I mean. I wrote it down out of the book. It says
Oh,
they take
perfect.
half.
Good. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so he did pass. Oh, wait. He has disadvantage. Just reminded me of that before. Con save. Oh, he missed by 1 point. Okay. So now you're going to roll up your damage.
Okay. D8. 1, 2, 3 of them. 8, 7, and 2, so 17. Do I roll a D4 with that as well, or is that with the other roll?
Not for the damage.
Okay.
But you got 17 total?
Yes.
What you said? Okay. You watch as this spell hits him. And there are parts of him that just completely and totally shatter.
Glee.
He is vulnerable to thunder damage. So he took twice that amount. He took 34 points from that spell.
Shiitake mushrooms.
There are arm-sized slivers of candy cane that are blown off of him, embedded into the wooden faces of some of the columns and the floor and the walls around where this creature is still standing. But he certainly has a lot of damage done to him. So that's 34 points, which means that the peppermint tracker on experiment is going to go down by 4 points. Is it 4 points? Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, neat.
So he has been dealt with pretty handily, but he is certainly still in this fight.
Awesome.
Okay. Was there anything else that you could do on your turn or wanted to do on your turn, Benita?
I guess the only other thing I could do is movement, correct?
Mhm.
I probably would move a little bit closer to the candy guy experiment because
Okay.
I want to finish him off. Either want to
Okay,
finish
sure.
him off or make him my own. We won't talk about that in public.
You kind of make a few strides that direction, kind of crossing this kind of frost-covered environment, getting closer to experiment. And as you do so, was it the duck that's chasing you?
Yes.
Yeah. The vampiric pull toy duck, as you cross this space, literally follows you, like gnashing its
pull
jaws like a pull toy. Stays right on your
I
heels.
forgot about that little fucker.
Okay.
Does he do any damage or he's just following me?
No, he's just following you. Essentially, what these are going to do is if you have one attached to you, you cannot regenerate hit points.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Is that
boy.
only if it hits you?
If they're attached to you. If they succeeded in attaching a thread to you, then that's the case. Okay. That was Bonita. Billy. Baron, if you are with us, paging Baron. Paging Baron. Baron.
Wake up, Baron.
Sorry, bud. It is Billy's turn.
No, you're good.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to use my bonus action to call Bumble, and he's going to make an attack.
Excellent. Bumble, the abominable snowman?
Yes. Well, his
All right,
name's
let's do it.
Fromber, but he
Fromber
rolled
Bumble.
a total of an 11.
What is he attacking?
More of these toys I was being assailed.
Okay. The one that's attacking Billy?
Yeah.
All right. An 11 will hit.
A total of 4 piercing.
4 Piercing. Okay. So you, or rather, Bumble comes up and stabs one of these pull toys, and it howls with this kind of screeching noise, but is still around, still attached. Okay.
Well, that was just my bonus action.
Oh, perfect.
So I would
What else you
get
got?
my action. And these toys are connected by the string. Did we see Krampus already, or?
Oh yeah, definitely. He's kind of looming in the more or less the middle of this space.
Is he reachable? We can hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Billy is going to run full bore and just start swinging at Krampus.
All right. Give me those attack rolls.
Do 2 strikes with my club and saucepan. First one is a 22, and the second one is a dirty 20.
Both hit.
A total of 9 damage altogether.
Okay, 9 damage. With each strike that you hit him with, you feel this extreme cold kind of radiating off of him. And like the moment that your weapons make contact with him, they start to like frost over and climb up to your hands. I need you to make 2 attacks you made.
Yep.
Okay, 2 strength saving throws, please.
I do. My magic item is the Ring of Warmth.
Oh, go ahead and still make it for me. Yeah.
I will. I just am resistant.
No, it's good to know. Resistant or immune to?
I am unharmed by temperatures as low as negative 50 degrees.
Okay,
I have
then yeah.
resistance to cold.
Okay, cool.
If it's a strength saving throw, the first one was a 14.
Okay.
The second, what is a 15?
15. All right. So the 14 is not going to pass. So the cold damage would have been 13.
Okay.
But halved because of the resistance that you have, which is 6 points. Okay. And then the second one, you are also grappled whenever you failed that check. So your weapon, the first weapon that you swung with, and the saucepan, and the hand that swung that are now like frozen to him, and you are kind of like stuck. The second, you passed, so total would have been 12. So you have that to 6, but you're also resistant, so you only take 3 from the second one. And that weapon is still free.
The Billy Club.
All right, Billy Club. All right. Oh no, Billy. It is Krampus's turn. Here you are, standing in the shadow of the beast, kind of stuck to him. Okay. So at the beginning of his turn, he is going to use a bonus action to activate his basket, which is the basket that rides on the back of his body.
He is also at disadvantage. I wanted to remind you that.
For attacks, or?
Yeah, for attacks and... I just lost it. For attacks and ability checks until the start of my turn.
Okay. All right. So, his basket operates on a bonus action at the beginning of his turn, if he wishes to, anybody who is currently grappled by him gets pulled inside. All of you watch as Billy slams his frying pan, into Krampus, and watch it just go literally like up past his wrist, just covered in ice instantaneously. And then a split second later, he turns into snow and just gets pulled into the basket that is being carried on the back of Krampus's robes. Billy, you find yourself pulled through blizzard winds. There's no ground beneath you. It's almost like you're just flying through the air, but you can't see anything because of the blinding snow all around you, and you're freezing cold. And then all of a sudden, you hit with a metallic clang, and you find yourself in a hanging cage that is in a large pit. Then you see cages and chains hanging all around you, almost like the Mario Brothers movie, or Willow. It's just like this series of cages hung at different heights and chains all between them. Looking down, you can see no bottom to this pit whatsoever. It just disappears in a hazy, blizzard-like fog at the bottom. But all of the cages are coated with ice, and it is very cold here. You can see skeletons in a lot of the other cages, and there's definitely more than a few of them that are child-sized. Okay. Krampus then turns his hunched figure towards... Let's see. Nobody else had engaged with him yet, right? Okay.
No, I don't do that on the first date.
Maybe he'll put a ring on it. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Odette.
I did
Oh, go ahead.
light him up, if you will.
You did catch him on fire.
Yeah.
That's true. What I'm hearing is Karen say, "Please hit me. Please hit me."
Pick me, pick me.
Hit me harder, Daddy, she says.
Oh, good grief. All right, so Krampus comes over in his bondage gear. Pulls out his
And we're
whips
demonetized.
for the second time.
He's hot, is all I can
No
say.
longer
He's a little
PG-13.
hot.
He's got that dad bod.
Does he? Is your dad just a cloak?
Long, creepy fingers.
Mhm.
Yeah, my dad also has ram horns or whatever.
You know what they say about guys with long, creepy fingers?
Ugh.
They have long, creepy fingers.
They got long, creepy
I don't
fingernails.
want to know anymore.
Karen, you asked for this.
All right. Krampus stomps his way over towards you, Xanifer, and is going to... Oh, actually, no, he's not going to stomp his way over towards you. Instead, that gaping maw that kind of takes up the majority of his face, you watch as a snake serpentine-like tongue comes out of his mouth and coils up in front of him extraordinarily long, and then lashes forward at you. Oh, you rolled a 1. You got lucky. So his tongue kind of lolls out and then whips towards you, and instead slams against the table that's kind of beside you, wraps around the leg of the work table, and yanks on it snapping that table, the leg of that table off, where it's brittle and frozen, and kind of tossing it back as the tongue then kind of, like the way like a spaghetti noodle does with the kids, just kind of back into the void that takes up the majority of its face.
Guess he's no Gene Simmons then.
He doesn't do that on the first date. Next up, we have Odette.
Okay. I swear we'll get to you, Billy, but for the time being, she would, whenever she does her blade song, she would like use her sword to carve out a circle underneath her, and these lines come out from it that are glowing, and it forms into a snowflake pattern. And you would see that she starts to glow just a little bit also with this. And she is going to, oh shoot, I already closed the thing I needed. She is going to do a tour en l'air, to jump into the air and land, and she is going to cast hypnotic pattern on these tin soldiers.
Okay. So, first off, what is it you're doing?
I'm
You used
casting
a French
hypnotic.
word?
A tour en l'air, that is a ballet term. A turn in the air, usually a male dancer steps, although ballerinas may do them depending on the choreography.
Okay, so it's like a jump in the air and spin kind of thing?
Exactly, yes. And then landing
Okay.
on both feet.
Perfect. Okay. So you're jumping and flourishing out, and as you do this, you are casting a spell.
Yes, and it's kind of
Okay.
like several versions of her come out just glowing like Christmas lights, to create this hypnotic pattern.
Okay. So first off, you are under the effects of the toy soldiers currently, so you'll need
Yes,
to make a
and-
concentration check.
And I
At
also have
disadvantage.
Warcast. I also have
okay.
Warcaster.
Perfect. So that will also wash.
Come on. That is an 11 plus. That is a 13 total.
Oh no. Okay. So
Oh,
the
no?
DC is currently set to the clock's position, which is still at 12.
Uh-huh.
Blessed die.
Plus
blessed
5.
Die.
I already got the
Oh.
die.
Oh,
You did add your blast die already?
Sorry.
Okay, so the DC is still a 17. So you try to cast this spell, but the toy soldier's volley of fire is so distracting that it causes your spell to fail.
And I assume that still takes a spell slot, right?
It does, unfortunately.
Okay. Do I have a vampire toy tethered to me at the moment?
I think so, if I recall
Okay.
correctly.
It didn't hit me, if that matters.
Oh, then no, it is not.
Lovely. I'm going to chug a potion of health then as a bonus
Okay.
action.
All right.
44. 2, 3 total. Okay, that is 9 plus 4. That is 13.
All right. I now hear the drinking a health potion sound from Baldur's Gate in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
the unison of
Mm-hmm.
like they just drank a Pepsi or something on a commercial.
Sorry, Billy. I couldn't save you. I was too busy not casting a spell.
Okay. We are back around to the top with Nox.
Excellent. Well, there's a lot of random fiendish creatures around here, so Nox is going to try something else. It takes out a small felt object. It looks like it's been made of random pieces of reddish and pink fabric held together with some concoction of both glue and thread, but it's vaguely heart-shaped. And Nox is going to hold it up and say what sounds like a child's poem along with that, but it is in fact a channeling of the sort of power of Nox's belief in protecting children, and it is the turn the unholy. So it affects fiends and undead, which, you know, we have animated creepy toys. I'm feeling like this applies. So they have anything that can see or hear me must make a wisdom saving throw, DC 11. On a failure, it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes damage.
Interesting. Okay. Saving throw. So because some of these things don't operate on saving throws,
Okay.
do me a favor. Roll a spellcaster check, and instead of the target having disadvantage, I'll give you advantage.
What would a spellcaster check be? What's that under?
So you're a paladin?
Yes.
So your magic is based off of wisdom,
Okay.
I think.
All right. So roll a wisdom.
Roll a d20 and then add your proficiency modifier and your wisdom modifier.
Okay. Where's my proficiency modifier going to be? All right. There we go. +2. Okay. Wow. 12. I guess that 4 wouldn't add on to that as well. Eh? Oh man, that's craziness. I had so many bonuses too.
Yeah. So a 12 all up.
Oh, you said wait, is it what was it advantage you said or no?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll try that again. Wow, not much better.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, the 12 was the better one. Holy smokes. I rolled a 3 and a 2. Sorry, a 3 and a 4.
Michelle also pointed out you still have Bardic Inspiration, I think.
Oh, cool. What does that do? Is that
a D8?
One more. Oh, well, I'll
add a D8.
I'll add the D8 onto the 12 then. Let's do that. So oh, come on.
Oh no.
13.
Oh god.
Wow.
Virtual dice. I'm telling you. They're out to get you. Only
when it matters, it seems.
Right? Oh man. Okay. So you were attacking. Oh no, you're doing your
I was
turn.
trying to influence the room.
Right.
With some kind of power of love, and it fell flat.
I mean, at 13, you know, it's not necessarily just all out failure.
This child didn't love me that much. Okay.
So you reach out with the power of love.
Oh, it's his charisma is what paladins use. But okay, sorry. Anyways, go on.
Oh, well, is your charisma bonus
I don't think it's
better
going to
than your
matter.
wisdom?
I think they're the same. They're the same.
Okay. Okay. So you reach out with the power of love to try to convince some of these creatures around you to stop this fight, to turn them away. And some of them definitely seem to be affected. It does not seem to have any effect on the experiment. However, is there damage associated with that at all?
It turns them.
Just
so
turns
they
them.
they will basically try to get to the corners of the room and leave us alone.
Okay.
For a whole minute, which would hopefully help us somewhat.
Okay. So I am going to say that. Let me see. Gingerbread man. Okay. That is going to get rid of 2 of the tabs on the gingerbread men. Really hot chocolate, it's not going to affect the toy soldiers. It's not going to affect the vampiric pool toys, on the other hand. Okay, I'm gonna say you were able to get 6. You were able to get 3 of them to untether themselves and turn and run or roll,
Nice.
whatever the case may be. Okay, that was Nox's turn. Xenifer, you're up.
All right, so before I forget, I want to use my bonus action to continue to heat the metal. So
Okay.
he takes an additional 2d8 fire. Oh, that's a 13.
Okay. Once again, he's going to take twice that. 26. So... Right again, he kind of turns his face up to the ceiling and lets out that awful noise. His steam rises up out of his mouth. Okay, he is still kicking. Was there
Now-
anything else that you want to do? Oh, that was your
Yes,
bonus
so
action, right?
That was my bonus action.
Okay,
So,
cool.
So there's like gingerbread men around me, and there's also a vampiric pull toy at least.
Yes.
I'm going to cast Thunder Wave. So what it looks like is Xanifer
Okay.
just kind of stands there. She stamps her one foot and claps her hands together, and this boom of force sweeps away from her. 15-foot cube originating from me, and all those creatures have to make Constitution saving throws, DC 14.
Okay. So here's the gingerbread men. What kind of save is it? Constitution?
Constitution, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so they failed. So they'll take full. And the vampiric pull toy also failed.
Okay, so they're going to take damage and they get pushed 10 feet away.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, the damage is not so great. That is 7 points of thunder damage.
7 points of thunder damage.
For those that failed, yeah.
Oh, the gingerbread men are vulnerable to thunder damage. So they take 14. And the gingerbread men every okay. Let's see here. Managed to explode several of them. And the toy was on you, also failed, so it also is going to tumble head over heels backwards and end up on its back with its wheels kind of spinning. Not really able to flip itself back over. It has been dealt with. All right. That was Xanifer. Was there anything else on your turn?
No, I'm going to stay where I'm at.
Okay.
Make them come back to me if that's what they're going to do.
Okay. Area effects. Experiment. Who is experiment closed with? Is it Odette still?
Doesn't have to be.
All right. Let's continue this dance. You remember that green dripping mint goo that I was talking about before?
I try not to.
Well, it's going to be really hard now because it's coming straight at you.
Mm-hmm.
As it, literally just, like a bucket full of this goo just drains out of it right at you. I need you to make a strength saving throw. Well, this
Never-
is a
it can never-
30-foot cone.
It can
This is-
never be athletics, can it?
Maybe, but not in this case.
Okay. That is a. There's no like rundown on that bless, right? It just keeps happening.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Then that is a 14 with my bless.
14 is the magic number. Okay. So this goo lands on you, parts of you, and it's like trying to extract yourself from taffy or honey. It's incredibly sticky. But you manage to basically like jerk your limbs free from it, and not be restrained and stuck in place for the second time. Okay.
You guys, I'm learning.
All right. The gingerbread men who are swarming Xanafer, or no, not swarming Xanafer at the moment. They are going to try to get up and resume swarming Xanafer. Xanafer, they come at you with renewed vigor. Let's see. Not renewed enough, apparently. With a 9. They're still not able to get a hold of you. However, you can see that now, instead of them trying to attack you with warm hugs, they're brandishing their broken arms and legs and heads, almost like blades, as these broken corners are trying to get to you. Okay. Really hot chocolate. Everybody, make a dexterity saving throw, please. It's still full. Okay.
With the D4?
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Ooh,
Oof.
21.
That is a 6.
Ooh.
13. It's a 6 with the D4?
Yup.
Oh.
I got a 5 and then a 1.
Oh no.
Okay, so roll 20 is letting you down.
No,
As
I
well.
got that. What did I get? I got the 12 or whatever before to resist being grappled again.
Okay. Anyone who did not pass a dexterity saving throw of 12 is going to take hot burning damage to the tune of 18.
Oh my gosh.
For fun?
Hmm?
Like, I mean, for saving throws, if I got a 12, did I pass then? Or
Yes. Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, you hit the difficulty class, so you passed.
gotcha.
Okay. Again, these nozzles turn on and pipe this incredibly hot.
I'm
Oh, go ahead.
gonna try to do my reaction again.
Okay.
I'm going to try to protect is it Odette again?
Okay. So then,
Looks,
Odette, you'll
was it yeah.
do what?
To try to block the hot chocolate from hitting her.
Right.
Right.
So yeah, you'll give up your potential saving throw to let Odette have advantage.
All right. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Please don't waste it.
It's good.
Okay. I already got a 16. I'm better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you
You
will
are welcome.
avoid that 18 points of damage. However, Nox, you're going to take that 18 points of fire damage.
Oh.
Okay.
Steam
That is
is
fine.
rising off of Nox as hot chocolate pours from some of the metallic seams. It's like you're sweating hot chocolate. Okay. That was the really hot chocolate. The toy soldiers. Does anybody have any spells currently going that they're concentrating on? Xanafer. All right. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage, please. But
Right.
being a warcaster, it washes.
I got it. Yeah. Okay, that's not so good. That's
Uh-oh.
8 plus 3, 10.
Okay.
Plus your
So
D4.
that's good. That was with it. I rolled a 1. However,
Oh.
just so you know, because of my sorry, I don't know, like lost
You're all
which one it
good.
was.
Oh.
My artificer's ability was it infuse. What's it called? Magical infusions. Is that what it was? My infusion, which I have on my armor, which is mind sharpener, which means I have four times of this where if I fail my concentration check, I automatically succeed, lose a thing. I should find the actual wording for you. So.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. So
That's
basically,
excellent.
you just cash one of those 4 things in, and you just pass. It's kind of
Yeah,
like
so-
legendary saves or legendary.
Yeah, mind sharpener. So allows me basically it sends me a jolt. Makes sense, zaps
Okay.
me. Item has 4 charges. Whenever I fail a Constitution saving throw to maintain. The words are hard.
I got what you're saying.
Maintain concentration. The wearer can use its reaction to expend one of the item charges to succeed instead. So I will, in this case, use my reaction to succeed on this save.
Okay. Then your spell stays going and is maintained. All right. Nobody else had any spells going on currently, so that is the toy soldiers. Last but certainly not least is the vampiric pool toys. Who all still had one attached to them? Bonita?
I do.
Okay.
4 let go, you said, right? Or
3? 3 of them.
3 of them let go? Okay.
So yeah, we can have one of those be the one that was on Bonita. That's fine. So there 3 of them let go and ran away. There are still 2 of them active. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god. Okay, so one of them is going after Bonita again. And the last one is going after Billy. Alright, so Bonita, this one comes up to you and tries to stitch itself to you again. What was your AC again?
13.
13, okay. And is gonna hit you again. So you're gonna take piercing damage to the tune of 1 point.
Oh no.
As this thing once again kind of tethers this strange thread to you and is going to prevent you from regaining hit points.
Sticker.
All right, Billy. We're going to give Billy a pass on this one. We're going to say he's being chased around the room by one. Krampus. It is. Oh wait, no, that's not his turn. Okay, that was all the area effects. Bonita, it is your turn.
Okay. I would like to use cutting words as a bonus action because I have bardic inspiration or cutting words, and I want to hurl insults at the hot cocoa and tell the hot cocoa that nobody really likes hot cocoa because after a few minutes everything settles to the bottom and it becomes sediment and disgusting. So
Perfect.
that's my insult.
Okay, so
Which
let's
gives it a D8, 1d8 loss, is what I wrote.
Okay, so they subtract a D8 from their future rolls or whatever?
That's what I think.
Let me see.
That, unfortunately, is one I did not write down all the details to.
Yeah, you're all good. Cutting words. Cutting words. Where's that? When a creature that you cast that you can see within 60 feet makes an attack roll, an ability check, or a damage roll, you can use your reaction to expend one of your bardic inspiration. Okay, so yeah, you wait until someone does something, then you use your reaction, and that's when they subtract that D8 from the particular roll they're making in that moment.
So when it's the monster's turn, I can.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then we're just going to go back to shatter, and we're going back after experiment again.
Okay.
See if I can finish
He
him off.
needs a saving throw. I'm remembering right.
Yeah, it was con saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. What is your DC again? I figured it was 14, something like that.
Yes, it is 14.
Okay. She failed again by 1 point. Good God.
Whew. Well, you know, I do have luck because I'm a bunny.
True. Okay, so how much damage does that do?
Oh, that's 3d8.
All right, let's roll that up and see what happens to this dude.
I see. It's a total of 12.
12, but he is vulnerable to thunder damage,
Oh, so
it's
it's
going to
double.
become 24.
Okay.
58. He is still kicking.
What?
He's looking pretty bad, but he is still kicking. There's parts of him that are little more than just splinters of peppermint that he is standing on. You dealt 24 points. That
Hopefully
is
I blew his hooks right off him.
3. Another 3 ticks off of his clock. All right. That was Bonita. Billy. Baron? Baron.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Baron?
That was the bacon. I
It
knew
is. It's Billy's turn again. Bacon wakes me up all the time.
Right?
Billy's in the cage.
Yeah.
Can I don't have anything inside this cage with me.
Just the stuff you were holding.
Let me try and break the lock off.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a strength check.
Uh, 13.
Okay. So you take the end of your maybe your billy club and kind of hammer it down on this lock. And because this lock is frozen iron, frozen steel, it's fairly brittle, and it shatters under the blows that you deliver to it, effectively allowing you to open this cage. There is a bottomless fathom beneath you, and the chain above you seems to climb very high before it disappears. All right. While Billy deals with that, we are back to Krampus's turn, which I believe was bearing down on Xanifer. I believe you called down the thunder. That's right. He tried to use the tongue last time. Yep. How do you follow tongue? Well, let's not go there.
He's still at disadvantage.
That would be second base for all who
So
don't
many
remember.
reasons. So many.
Gross. All right.
Gross.
Gross. Krampus is going to finish closing the distance between you, clomping over with his hooved feet. Xanifer pushing workbenches and tables side to side as he kind of strides towards you. He reaches out with a bundle of birch rods to strike at you twice. This is known as Krampus's root. And he hit you both times.
Can I
With a
use my
21.
reaction to use silvery barbs? on one
Sure.
of
What does that
those?
do?
He has to roll a d. He has to re-roll one of those attacks.
Oh, excellent. Okay. The exact same thing.
Oh, lovely.
3 times. So on both of the rolls, and then on the reroll of one of them. Oh wait, he has to roll a d4.
That disadvantage. Yeah.
Oh, he's at disadvantage. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's only the first one. Then.
Let me just read that again because I want to make sure it's at everything and not just other
Also,
people.
Xanifer, your next attack you have advantage or on ability saving throw for the next
cool.
1 minute. I'll post that to you to chat.
Perfect. So if I look at heat metal. Yes, yeah, it's all attack rolls and ability checks. He's at disadvantage for.
Oh, really?
So.
Okay. So those 3 11s are all the first roll, essentially.
Yeah.
So now he's rolling at disadvantage. Also minus the d4 for Bane. Okay, so that missed. The first one hit. These are Krampus's root. All right. Oof. You're going to take a total of 20 points of slashing damage.
That's a lot.
He whips
That's a lot.
these things through the air, and even though they're bundled together, they make that noise that like a switch makes. You know, like when you have like a really thin branch as a kid, and you make that little, that real like high-pitched wind noise. It makes that as it moves through the air very, very fast and strikes you, Xanifer, with a surprising amount of force.
So I need to make a con save.
Yes. How much was the
No
damage total?
advantage. You said 20, right?
I believe. I don't know. I put the dice away.
That's what I took. I took 20.
Then that's what we're going to go with. That sounds good. So the DC is still 10. And you have disadvantage. No. Well, yeah, because this is a concentration check. So you'd have disadvantage, but also advantage.
And also another advantage because of silvery barbs.
If only they stacked, that would be really...
Only if only. So that's okay, because I rolled 14 on the die, 4 for the blast, and then my con, so 21.
Okay. You succeed. Keep your spell going. Okay. That was Krampus. Odette, it is your turn.
Okay, I've got a question for you. Does hot chocolate count? Does hot chocolate count as inorganic material?
The cannons that they're coming out of would, for sure.
Okay. I'm sorry to steal your idea, Benita, but I will also cast Shatter because it looks like my concentration spells are not going to work.
More than welcome.
Okay.
So they need to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
They failed.
All right. So that is going to be 20 thunder damage.
20 thunder damage. Holy crap. Okay. So the cannons certainly take a good portion of that, but so do the Neldinks who are operating the cannons. That's going to knock out a pretty fair portion of them.
If it's at all possible, can I use that like non-lethally on the Neldinks? I don't want to kill them.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you concentrate it mainly on the cannons, and they're just taking basically the blowout of these cannons kind of,
Yes.
coming apart. So you did 20 points. That knocked out half of the really hot chocolate nozzles.
I doubt it. Was that made a disadvantage? Or maybe I doubt that you forgot that is what I meant to say.
Oh, they're saving throws?
Yeah.
It was not, but they failed.
Okay, I was trying to crit fish.
You can't crit miss on saving throws.
Oh,
But-
okay, I see.
But yeah. Okay. So, Odette, did you have anything bonus action related or anything like that?
I think I'm good. I don't have any spells or anything, and I'm doing fine
Okay.
enough on health, thanks to Nox's brave sacrifice. Can I hand a potion to anyone? Does anyone need a potion?
No? Okay.
Okay.
Look, damn.
We are back to the top of the round with Nox's turn.
Right. Yeah, Nox has realized that we just have to, unfortunately, probably hurt Cristoph and take Krampus out. He's still trying to figure out what happened to our other teammate. Exactly. What would we have seen when he vanished? Like just turned
So-
into snow, you said, right?
Yeah,
Did we-
his hand kind of froze over, and then he turned into snow, and you watched the snow like travel as if on a wind, like up in a spiral into the basket on his back.
Okay. And Krampus is wearing this basket kind of like a backpack?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of
Alright.
carrying it's got like a strap that goes across his body.
Okay. And the mint creature's still not down
No.
yet, right?
No, it's still stomping around too.
Okay. Is it possible? Are they close enough to each other that I could potentially attack them both this turn?
With melee
Seven,
attacks?
five. Yeah, I have 2 attacks.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The first one
Sorry,
that
go on.
you step away from, you'd have to break engagement with, so it would get a swing at you whenever you go away from it, though.
If I don't kill it. Yeah, I'm going to start with the mint.
Yes,
one
that's fair. Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to swing my my short sword at it. I think I'm just dropping my shield and pulling out my hand axe as well, so I can attack it with both weapons.
Okay.
Well, I have another short sword, so I'll use my other short sword, the non+1 one. Okay. So my first attack is a. Do I add the +4 to that, or is that just for
The
saves?
D4? Mm-hmm. No, 2 attacks as well.
Oh, sorry, and the D4. Let's see. All right, my first attack is a 16.
Is a hit.
All right. Oops. That does. Okay, here we go. This is 7. And my it's two-handed, or sorry, double weapons. So I guess I don't get the bonus in the second one. So I wrote them separately to hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you only get the bonus if you have like a specific feat, I think. Or it's a fighting style of the fighter or something like that.
Fighting style, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so 15 on to hit on the second.
Will also hit.
The second weapon. And that does 7 as well. It's 14 in total.
Okay,
Of that attack.
14 points is going to chip away 2 more spaces on his clock. As you whittle down the stalks of peppermint that he's standing on.
I just need to finish him off.
These hooks.
I'm just gonna. Okay, I'll use my second attack on him too. We're just gonna go all in.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to do both weapons on him again.
So I think the offhanded weapon only happens once.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
Mhm.
So right.
It's
so
a bonus action.
The +1 short sword. Well, when I attack with this, let's do that first. Slower to do this way here. Okay, 15 on that one as well to hit.
Will hit.
And I am casting Branding Smite.
Ah, there you go. Okay.
So that adds an extra 2d8, is it, to it? I think. All right.
Let me see. I know Divine Smite starts at 2d8 usually.
Yeah,
but-
I'll just Divine
the
Smite's a special,
branding-
so I can just add that, right?
Let me see. Because Branding is a full-on spell. Although it takes a bonus action to cast. So yeah, you would probably just want to do Divine Smite. Because you already used your bonus action as your offhand attack.
It says special. Oh, that counts as a bonus action? Because it's not under bonus actions, it's under special. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll do the Branding Smite. So I'll take that off in a second, and that adds an extra 2d8, you said, as well?
Yeah, it starts at 2d8 for a first level spell slot. If you use a higher level spell slot than that, then you get to add a d8 for everything above first level. So if you used
I'm
third level,
yeah, no, let's just do it. I'll do it at my second level spell slot because I have one there. Let's just finish this thing off.
So that'll be 3d8 in addition to your weapon damage.
All right. So the weapon damage is 4 plus so 15.
15 points. All right.
Yeah, 15 points.
15 makes a total of that, and 15 points is going to deal with another 2 points off of him.
Someone poke him.
He is not doing well, but he is still kicking.
I kick him in the knee.
Oh, wait, hold on.
What?
No. I looked at the wrong tracker for that. That's the last he had.
Yay!
So yeah, describe what it looks like as you take down the experiment.
Well, he was mostly shards and stuff, so I'd say my first blow completely removes his arms from his body, what was left of them. So he's basically just a stick at that point in time, and starts to actually fall over. And then my final blow just shatters him just below where his sort of neckline would be, and the entire cane below that blow just turns into shards and scatters all over the ground. And then as that last piece falls, when it hits the ground too, it shatters and the spreads in a puddle of green glue and starts to sort of dissolve.
I imagine there's like little bubbles, like
and you know that artificial mint smell, like when you like that, really, like it's like acidic in our nose, like everyone's nose is sort of burning because it's just this like
borders on menthol.
Yeah, exactly. Our eyes are blinking a little bit as that feeling gets in there.
Makes little like I said, little bubbles like make this pss, pss,
oh
pss,
yeah
little puffs of like this smell. So like a gremlin melting. All right. That was Nox. Okay. Xanifer, you're up.
All right. Bonus action. Heat metal. Take 2d8.
Right.
Heat, Mr. Krampus, sir. And
Okay.
enough with that tongue and root thing you got going there. 11 points of fire.
Which he takes twice of, so for a total of 22.
Oh, man.
22 with him. Okay.
And then for my action,
Again,
because I'm
howls.
surrounded. I won't say that. But my action, those gingerbread men were trying to swarm and attack me with their body parts. I am going to, at this point, just sweep out with my gauntlet back and forth. So I get 2 attacks on the gingerbread man.
All right.
So I'm going to roll those.
If you would, please.
Oh,
I like
boy,
that you're
those
still
are...
playing a monk, Karen.
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah,
Frank.
you are.
I totally am, but I was looking through all the subclasses
love
of the artificer. I'm like, I could be an armorer, and I just get hit with my fists. This is amazing. I rolled really
On brand.
bad. I know,
Uh-oh.
right? Yeah. So the best hit is where's my character sheet? 14.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. The other one is an 11, so I'm going to say that does not.
No, it won't.
Okay. So for the one that does hit, they are going to take 9 points of thunder damage, and these gauntlets, I don't know what the word is, but they have disadvantage now on attack rolls against targets other than me until the start of my next turn, because my gauntlets are emitting a distracting pulse if they try to attack anybody else. And Krampus still has disadvantage because he's on fire.
It's true. Krampus on fire. So he, you said you did 9 points of bludgeoning, or thunder rather.
9 points of thunder. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 18 for them. Okay, what does it look like as you take care of the rest of the gingerbread men?
Oh, nice. So I think she just kind of, in her desperation, because Krampus is like right there, and she just bows down with backhand of these creatures, doesn't do too much with that, kind of misses them, but catches them all on the reverse swing and just shatters them. Little bits of gingerbread flying here and there, and I'll save the funny quote. That's what happens. There's gingerbread dust in the air, snowing down.
Excellent. There's gingerbread powder everywhere. There's shards of peppermint raining down and sticking into the wood of this workshop, kind of all around. 2 of the issues have been thoroughly dealt with. Krampus is on the back ropes, but this fight is certainly not over with yet. Cristoph is still trying his best to maintain the naughty and nice list and trying to avoid getting hurt directly by any of these things that are coming after him. But you can see, just as Krampus has been burned and attacked, Cristoph himself has these like scorch marks in the pattern of chains kind of all over his red robes, and he's having a hard time standing up without kind of leaning against one of these workbenches or columns. He's definitely not looking like he's doing very well. Okay, that was Xanifer's turn. Alright, area effect stuff. Really hot chocolate is still around at half strength. Everybody needs to make dexterity saving throws. Nox, if you would like to, you can do the same thing that you have been doing. Or whomever.
Oh, as far as yep, if it looks like someone's going to get hit, I will definitely leave in front. Otherwise, I'm gonna.
Why can I not make this?
I mean, my 21 feels like it should be.
Do I have any kind of bonuses to this?
From your dexterity? And then if it's one of your class's favorite saving throws, then you get your proficiency bonus as well.
Yeah.
216. Hell yeah. buddy.
216.
Two.
He's
Can't touch this.
saved.
Okay, I will
I have a
block.
5.
I will.
5.
Oh God. So there's. Sorry.
Save Jennifer. Save Jennifer.
Okay. Jennifer, I will leap in front of her with the
Oh wait, Jennifer, don't you still have advantage on that because I gave you silvery barbs?
Oh, and can't I use cutting words right now?
You have advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within the next 1
Right.
minute.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? I'm good with it, Michelle. That's fine. You can use your cutting words here.
Okay. And
So you roll a
insult that I
D8.
gave earlier applies.
It does.
It's still the yucky stuff at the bottom that nobody likes, so they only take 2 sips of you. Stupid Coco.
All right. So roll your D8.
Here's a pretty one. And the pretty one says 5.
Okay. So, Xanifer got a 10. Did anybody not pass a DC of 7?
Oh, I had a 5.
Okay. 5 total.
Yeah.
All right.
I passed one.
And that means
Thank you, Michelle.
My luck ran out.
that only Bonita is going to take this damage. Bonita, you're going to take fire damage to the tune of 18 points.
Yowza.
Scalding hot chocolate. Wait. Reverse.
I'm gonna have to do some math.
Reverse that because it's at half strength right now.
So 9?
9.
Okay, that's not as bad.
Okay, that was really hot chocolate. Toy soldiers. Anybody have any spells that are concentrating on? Jennifer, you still got one. All right, let's make that check. Advantage, disadvantage, washed out.
This time it is a 13.
13. The DC that you have to make is what the clock is at plus 5. It's still full, so it's still 17. So that will fail. And if you'd like, you can use your second.
Yes, I use a reaction and
Charge.
get rid of one more
Okay.
charge.
All right. So saved already. That thing is more than paid for itself. Whatever it is. All right.
My infusion. Yeah. I thought that would be fun. I
That
like
was
it.
really hot chocolate. That was toy soldiers, vampiric pool toys. Does anybody still have one of those attached to themselves?
I think I got another one attached to me.
Okay, yeah, there's 2 of them floating free. One of them is going to go after one that's free. It's going to try going after
But the duck came back.
Nox.
He would stay away.
Okay.
All right, so one of them comes
Haven't
up
gotten any tastier.
to Nox and is going to attempt to sew itself to you and misses miserably. Ain't nothing gonna stick to Nox. Nothing gonna stick to Nox. All right. This thing comes up to you and Nox, you just kind of like casually move your leg out of the way, and it just kind of like barrels past and slams into some like stacked jack-in-the-boxes or something that all kind of like spring off in different directions.
Just imagining it trying to like stab its needle into me. It's like ping, 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 ping.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Let's see. The one that is still attached to Bonita. Bonita. You take 4 points of necrotic damage
Yikes. Okay.
as it comes up on that string, gnawing on your foot again, before following you around as you chase away from it. Okay, that was Vampiric Pull Toys, so we are now at Bonita's turn.
Okay. I'm going to start off with Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action and give it to Billy, wherever he may be. 'Cause he
On
might
cue,
need it
he
with
runs
some-
past the camera with something like climbing all over him.
And then I want to aim at the toy soldiers since nobody has done anything with them.
Okay.
And I want to use Thunder Wave.
Okay. Well, Thunderwave emits from you.
Oh.
So you'll have to like get up beside them and then use Thunderwave.
So since I think she can hop 35 feet up in the air. can
Oh,
she
sure
hop
as shit.
up?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll hop up and be like, there you go.
Bonita, you like in one single bound, like clear not only the difference between the two floors, but also like the hand carved banister that runs along the second floor, and just kind of land right next to where these things are lined up along this, like the bottom side of this banister with their rifles, and do your thing.
Take them out like dominoes.
Hell yeah.
All right.
So this is a saving throw from them.
A con. Yeah, a con saving throw.
Con save.
Roll low, roll low, roll low.
That's pretty low. You have a 14?
Are you asking me a question or are you talking?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
You have a 14 DC, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
They failed.
Yay.
So what happens whenever something fails against your Thunder Wave?
They take 2d8 damage and they get pushed 10 feet away.
Okay. Roll that up.
Alrighty. And do I roll the d4 with that, or is that just for
No.
the initial rolls? That's the initial rolls. Okay.
Mhm. Attacks, saving throws, ability
Okay,
checks.
total
I
of
think.
8.
8 points. All right. Now the toy soldiers, several of them are going to go flying, scattering across the second floor. And
I would like to hope that some of them fall off the end, and when they fall from the
Absolutely.
second floor, shatter as they hit the concrete. I'm assuming it's concrete, maybe poured concrete. Maybe.
Some of them shatter when they hit the floor, especially because they are, somewhat frozen. Some of them hit the ground and their legs are trying to march, but they're on their side or on their back or on their stomach, and it's not really gaining them much leverage.
Nice.
They kind of spin in circles. All right. So, how many did I take away from that? It was 3. No, they should be 4. Okay, there we go. That was Bonita. Billy, it is your turn. You have busted the lock on this cage. You can see that the chain that it hangs from kind of extends upwards into kind of a foggy, blizzardy whiteout. What do you want to do?
Well, that's a good question. Do I get the sense that like I'm inside him, or I'm inside the basket?
Yeah.
Wherever that may be.
It definitely seems to be kind of an extra dimensional type space.
I guess I'm gonna try and climb out.
All right. So go ahead and give me an athletics check.
With Bardic Inspiration.
Oh dear, I'm gonna need. All up 11.
Okay. So you start climbing this chain, and it's tough. The chain's incredibly bitterly cold in your hands, and it's slippery. So you make some progress up this chain, but not enough. You're still in this oubliette, this pit, kind of climbing up the chain amongst the chains and hanging cages in here. Is your dude still up and around?
My
Abominable
companion?
Snowman?
Yes. Yeah.
So you could still technically use him to attack.
Yeah. I would. I have to give him a command. I'm just not there to do so. So that's why I've been apprehensive
Yeah,
about it.
it's fine.
All right. Well, then he will attack. Well, okay. So if Krampus is looking pretty messed up, which means
Yes.
Santa's looking pretty, or
Yes.
Cristoph rather. Do we still have the prism? Was the prism rendered obsolete somehow, or the?
I believe
The crystal, I
Bonita
have it.
still
Crystal
has
ball.
the snow globe.
Snow globe, that's it.
Do we know how to use that?
You got the sensation
attack.
that it was basically kind of like an intention thing, like, you know, bringing it close to Krampus when he's, you know, at his weakest or something.
Snowman rolled a 24 to hit.
Holy shit! Against Krampus?
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that'll absolutely hit him.
for 6 damage.
6 points. All right. All right. You clock him with this. What is he wielding? A frying pan?
He broke the saucepan, so I think he'd probably just reverted to his
saucepan.
claws at this point.
Okay. Is he immune to cold?
He is.
Okay. So he strikes with his claws and scratches across, and it rattles the chains and shakes some of the frost off of Krampus's robes. But because of his nature, the ice that tries to grow onto Krampus or onto your companion's arm fails to do so. All right. That was Billy. It is Krampus's turn. I think Krampus was still kind of on Xenifer, right?
Yeah.
All right.
He's my
Jennifer.
boyfriend.
That's right.
Congrats.
How can I forget? How can I forget? You guys are going to prom together at this point.
I will jump in
Um,
front of you with a shield, but you're on your own when it comes to anything.
Wasn't the
I'm
tongue
here.
in-
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'll
no.
help. I still got some silvery barbs.
Okay. He is going to strike out. I think he's gonna try for the tongue again. You have a 17 AC.
I have a 17 AC.
Hit it on the nose.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and silvery barbs,
Okay.
please.
What does that do? Does it subtract a die type from his roll, or?
You magically distract it. They have to re-roll and use the lower roll.
Ah, okay.
And Xenifer, you have advantage on your next attack.
Okay. So instead of his tongue lashing onto Xenifer, Odette, what does it look like as your silvery barbs cause it to miss?
I imagine that she does a pirouette, and from the circle below her that is the snowflake, there would just be like an icicle that pierces up and kind of like catches the light enough to distract him.
Excellent. You see him kind of jerk his head kind of at the last minute as this tongue kind of again snakes out and then strikes. And as he jerks his head, it causes his aim to be off. And instead of wrapping around Xenifer, it wraps around a nutcracker and yanks it off the shelf nearby. And as it does so, it kind of flings it back over its shoulder. It does not, in fact, turn to snow and get sucked into his basket. but it coils up and again does that kind of reverse noodle slurp kind of into the void, the opening on his face. Okay. Nobody else was grappled to him, so no more snacks at the moment. Okay, that's what he's got. We are down to Odette.
I would very much like to try to save Billy.
Okay, what you gonna do? What's your plan?
If possible. Is that an action or a bonus action?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
My thought was to just take a jump into the air, do another pirouette while I'm going down, and try to jump into the basket and grab onto the basket's edge while trying to grab Billy out of it and pull him up.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's.
And possibly on the way down, I could maybe touch the baskets and cast light to kind of give myself a guide.
Okay.
Just in case I lose it, so we can find the way out.
So roll for me in athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh my gosh, I finally get to do it! Sorry, I'm trying to find out the best way. That is a dirty 20.
Okay. You leap through the air with grace and poise, and you manage to catch the edge of this basket. And as you do so, you can feel the edge of this basket in your hand, but it's almost like you're being pulled miles and miles apart as the rest of your body feels this stinging cold as if you were flying through the air of a blizzard. And then suddenly you find yourself dangling amongst a bunch of chains and hanging cages inside this blizzard-filled oubliette. Looking down, you can see Blue Hill Billy climbing up part of this chain above one of these cages.
I would like to offer him my hands and smile. You will not die today, friend.
It's really cold, and I owe you a great deal if you can get me out of here.
Well, that's
All right.
not that great deal once you get out. And she's going to reach for you and try to grab your hand while holding on to the edge of this basket.
All right. Billy, go ahead and make me an athletics check at advantage.
A 9 and a 16.
16. All right. So, with the help of Odette, you are able to climb your way up and out of this pit, this oubliette. And we see the hand of Odette kind of clung to the edge of this basket. It's kind of disappearing into this kind of swirling white mist at the just under the edge of the basket itself. And then we see Blue Hill Billy's hand come up next to Odette's. And then Odette's other hand and Blue Hill Billy's other hand, and then their heads both crust up out of the top of this basket.
Oh.
And the two of you are able to climb up and out of Krampus's basket.
Nice.
Okay, that was Odette. We're back to Nox.
All right. How is Krampus looking right now? Does he look
Terrible.
like terrible?
Terrible.
I mean, pretty terrible beforehand too. But I think
True.
I think it might
He
be
was-
the moment.
He was ugly before. Now he's terrible
Yeah.
and ugly.
Don't kill him. You're gonna kill Santa.
I don't want to kill him. I want to try to trap him if we can. I think it has to be about piling on. Nox is just gonna hope that, you know, Krampus is weak enough now that maybe we can just overwhelm him this turn. So Nox is, let's see what I can do. Oh god. Shocking grasp, or if I should just grapple him. Problem is grapple is that I go in the basket. Probably doesn't seem like the best plan.
I mean, you just saw someone get out of there. You saw two someones get out of there.
Sorry, I wouldn't get out of there because, oh yeah, no.
Yeah, you just saw two people crawl back out. But
Yep.
it might not exactly be an advertisement for wanting to take a vacation there.
No, it doesn't seem like somewhere I want to go. So shoot. The chains that are coming off of Krampus,
Mhm.
are they just wrapped around and around him, or are they dangling in any way where I could?
They're
they're
fiery
most-
hot too. So just
That's
be careful.
true.
They're mostly dangling, though. There's a couple of places where they do wrap around his body, but for the most part, they're kind of draped about him, very similarly in amongst his robes.
Okay. We don't really have much else in the way of threats. We've taken care of most of the other stuff at this point in time.
Yeah, the really hot
So-
chocolate has been severely weakened. The toy soldiers are they're about 75% of them still cause an issue. And then there's a couple of the vampiric pull toys still around.
I mean, meh.
Fair enough.
You know what? We cannot argue with that.
I mean, they can't hurt me, so it's and you guys mostly just seem to be like annoyed by them as opposed to actually, you know, having issues too much. So
Yep, piling it on Krampus sounds like
yeah, I'm just gonna
pretty solid
grab.
plan.
Yeah, I think that's just the plan. So, do I have time to grab the globe and then still charge Krampus?
I don't think so. I think at this point it's still pretty well buried in your pack, and it's in Bonita's possession.
Yeah, Benita's got it. Okay, so yeah, no, I'm just gonna. I mean, the basket can be severed. I think I just need to. It's shocking.
Mhm.
I can't do non-deadly at this point in time. Like any damage is still just damage, right? It's not about
Right.
trying to like. Okay, so I will just grapple Krampus. I'm trying to subdue him at this point. We will see.
Okay. Grab onto him and try to kind of wrestle him to a stop. So
Yeah,
that'll be. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. That'll be.
Yeah, so that'll be an athletics roll on your heart, and then athletics or acrobatics on his.
Yeah, your warnings on be careful with this were good warnings because they've been terrible.
Oh no.
Okay, I got a 12.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think there's anything I can do to buff myself on that either, so that's just it. 12 it is.
Okay. So you reach out and try to grab a hold, but you're also trying to avoid the red hot chains that are kind of now dangling from him because of Xanifer's very effective spell. Trying to grab a hold of just like parts of his robes, but because you're trying so hard to not get hit by one of these red hot chains, you're just not able to really kind of get a good grip on him, and he seems to be strangely strong. So a grapple check, I think, only replaces one of your attacks, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna shocking grasp him then. seeing as I'm here.
So a shock grasp might be an entire action. I don't know if that's.
Oh, is it?
That's an
Okay.
action.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So it'd have to be just an attack then.
It would
I'll
replace
do an
both of your
unarmed.
attacks, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll do an unarmed strike in that case.
Okay. So go ahead and roll that up.
Okay, I'm just trying to knock him out or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Oh God. Looks like I had rolled this 17, but it was actually a 5, so my total is 10.
Oh, okay. You
So
lash
no.
out with your unarmed strike, trying to now subdue Krampus, and again, it just strikes against these thick, kind of velvety robes, doing nothing but kind of marring the surface of the fabric.
Hey, at least I'm the target. So that's
Yeah.
good. Everyone else can focus on what they want to do.
Okay. Xanifer.
Bonus action. Gonna do more damage with heat metal.
Okay. That has been
8.
pretty lucrative. 8. 16.
8
Yeah,
fire,
and
yeah.
he would try to get out of these, but I mean, they're kind of like a part of him. So there's not really much doing that. Okay, you did 8 points, so 16. Okay.
And he's still standing?
He is still standing,
All right
howling
then.
in pain.
So my action this turn then will be to I'm just going to release another little miniature flying dragon and firebolt his butt.
Okay.
So firebolt. So it's a ranged spell attack, which I believe I get advantage on because of silvery barbs. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I rolled 3 on both of the d20s. That's terrible.
Oh, no.
But 4 on both of the, blessed dice. So maybe
Can
we have a
get there?
chance here. So we have 7 plus my 8 to hit, which is plus 6. So 13 to hit.
Sadly, no.
No, it's 1 off, right?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
not quite.
Then I don't
but-
feel so bad. And I don't think I could do. I don't think I did anything else. That was my action.
Yeah, your
So
bonus was
that's
heat
it.
metal, and
Yeah.
then your action was firebolt.
Yep.
Okay. So the heat metal does its thing, tightening and heating these chains around his body. There is like visible steam rising from him, and he is continuing to howl in pain. However, the follow up with your firebolt goes a little wide and strikes instead a frozen piece of the upstairs.
I was probably trying to dodge his
Rafters.
tongue, to be honest. So
True.
it's a little
Aren't we all?
wide. Yeah. I mean,
Okay. That was Xanifer. Area effects. Really hot chocolate. All right, everybody needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. It's abandoned me completely at this point.
What has?
24.
Full abandonment.
Oh, the die? Oh no.
Oh, just the
15.
dice have been brutal. Yeah, I got a
15 for
9
roll.
in total.
Okay, 9
Got
for
11.
Knox. 11.
All the stuff.
All right. Xanifer got a 17. What did you get, Benita?
I rolled a 20, and then on
Oh,
the
shit.
triangle dice, so on my 4-sided, I got a 4.
On the triangle dice.
You're
yeah,
good.
the triangle dice.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if anything else needs to be added to it, but I feel like that suffices.
Oh yeah. You passed. Okay. So, Odette, Xanifer, and Bonita passed. So you will take Nothing. Nox and Billy, both of you failed. It is at half strength currently, so you take 8 points of fire damage.
I'm gonna try to do my damnedest to use Krampus as a meat shield for this.
Oh,
We're grappled right now.
Okay. So make another athletics roll. You'll be opposed. Weakened. But maybe.
18.
18. Okay. So, as strong as Krampus is, you manage to prevail here, and you spin Krampus around into the stream of this. So, what was your total? What did you get?
18 was my grap.
I'm sorry. What was your dexterity saving throw?
Oh, sorry.
9?
Yeah, that was wait, we do it.
No.
Yes,
I
it
think
was,
like
a
a
9.
9. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, I'm gonna provide cover to you. So
Okay.
that gives you a bonus on your ace or your saving throw, which will put you up and over the DC. So what that means is instead you won't take the fire damage, but Krampus will. And it was, what was it? How much damage was it? 7?
8, I think.
8? 8, okay. Which means he takes 16 of that.
Double.
As the hot chocolate scalds him. Nox, what does it look like as this brings Krampus to his knees, weakening him to the point that you know the moment has come?
I think as I spin him, the hot chocolate hits him right near the back of the neck and manages to find a little crack in his robes. And as he kind of like howls, steam comes out of his mouth, and it smells like when you leave a pot with a bit of hot chocolate on the stove and it kind of simmers down to where it's burning, but that really awful like milk on the burner smell. And Nox is trying to and Krampus just kind of like a Jedi that's just sort of only half disappeared. The robes kind of collapse in on
God.
as he collapses to the floor.
He
Part
totally pulls
steam.
a Wicked Witch of the West, the I'm melting.
Part steam, part gropey fingers, part freaky tongue, like
just like me.
And a bunch of fabric.
Just like Jeremy.
You can't tell what is what. It's like
Perfect.
the orb.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like melting into this puddle, and Nox, you call out for the orb, reaching your hand out towards Bonita. Bonita, what are you doing?
Well, I guess at this point I'm unwrapping it really fast and hopping down to hand it to Knock.
All right. You get this snow globe into the hands of Nox. Nox, as you turn this snow globe in the direction of Krampus, and he starts to become trapped, imprisoned within this snow globe. What does that look like? What do we see?
I think as I hold it near him, the snow globe becomes rather milky, and it's a weird moment of sort of rags and steam, and it's hard to actually tell what's going on. It's like a swirling of kind of jagged limbs and fabric sort of up in the air and all around this globe, and then suddenly it's just all gone, and there's just a little bit of kind of rancid mist around that, and the inside of the snow globe is, it's hard to tell what's happening right away. It's kind of full of turmoil.
Yeah, I imagine it almost like mimics the blizzardy conditions that have been like, hammering this area. It's just kind of this swirling white gray, just miasma, with like flakes just kind of all around inside of it. Krampus has been pulled into this snow globe, now trapped and contained, under control.
Hooray.
Cristoph has fallen to the floor, holding his hurt shoulders, several bleeding wounds, burn marks, these chain pattern scorches across his body, and he is hurting and unconscious. The rest of the corrupted Neldinks and the possessed toys are quickly dealt with, violently or not, until the corrupted Neldinks can be persuaded to no longer follow Krampus. Xanifer, it sounds like you had something you wanted to add.
Yeah, as soon as Krampus falls, and I know what that means. And so trusting that Nox and Benita can take care of what they need to do, Xanifer would turn her gaze onto Mr. Kringle and run over to him, basically saying, "You can't die, you can't die, you can't die." And I'd like to do Cure Wounds, 2nd level, on him.
Okay, absolutely.
I say, if it's still able to, I can do that as well, since I only moved.
All right.
14 points of healing.
Xanifer and Bonita both sounds like maybe swoop in and try their best to I believe.
Mr. Kringle, sir, you can't die, you can't die, not yet.
And we all start clapping.
Yeah, exactly. I believe.
After they've administered the best they can, Nox walks up, leans over, and places his hand on Kringle's shoulder and will deliver his full energy, basically, that he had in reserve. So a total of 25.
I like to imagine Billy and Odette are just staring at each other like, we don't have any health healing stuff. There's nothing we can do right now.
With some small passage of time, you're able to get Cristoph back on his feet, find the non-scalding, non-possessed hot chocolate and gingerbread cookies, and you're able to spend several days here at Cristoph Kringle's workshop, resting and telling the crazy, wild story of how you saved this place over and over again. I'm sure changing slightly every time. Okay, that's all that I have for this game. You have saved Christmas. Congratulations.
Yay.
What about that job?
And scene. Perfect place to close.
I think you passed the interview.
Your employer lived. That's a good start.
Right? That's pretty chief amongst most of the job description. Okay. This was amazing. Thank all of you very much. I know we ran way over. I appreciate y'all being patient with me. I'm glad that it's a Friday. Hopefully nobody has anything too early tomorrow.
Nope.
But I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any kind of parting words that they would like to before we put a bow on this and call it a night. So we're going to start in reverse order with Ray.
Hello. Like I said, you can find me at Ricochet Ray Ray on Twitter, Ricochet_Ray on Twitch, and Ricochet Ray on YouTube. I pretend that I like to play a lot of video games. The truth is, I just play Baldur's Gate and Lethal Company lately. But so if you like that stuff, if you like seeing me being really thirsty for a vampire boy, come over to my channel.
Speaking of thirsty for a vampire boy, we have Karen next.
Oh. I'm
Called
actually
out.
right there with you. Yeah, I resemble that Marak. This was a lot of fun. It was I don't know what else to say. I've had a great time. It was fun playing with all of you. I had an immensely wonderful time for this game. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us in the chat. Much appreciated. And happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
That's a good one.
Absolutely. All right. Next up, we have Michelle.
Well, obviously, I have a lot to say, but I'm going to shorten it since it's so late. First, happy birthday again. I'm glad I got to spend it with you. This has been immensely fun. This has been an epic adventure to come back from 20 plus years of not playing. I love this. I love all of you. This was so great. And I got to say, I love my family for showing up in the chat. That really felt special to me. And I want to remind everyone out there that just because you're disabled doesn't mean you can't have a good time. So that's my spiel for tonight. And happy holidays to everyone.
Absolutely. Well said. All right. Next up, if he's with us, Baron. Baron says goodnight, everyone, and happy holidays. He loves you all, as we do him. Oh, no, he's with us.
Yeah.
Bernie's
good night.
moment where
Happy
someone cut up
holidays.
his arm.
Thanks for having me. Sorry, I have my.
Oh, dude. Don't even worry about it.
I'll see you next time if there is one.
Absolutely. We need to get this one to bed. So, last but certainly not least, speaking of needing to get to bed, Petra.
I'm just going to end it with the only way this should ever end is like Merry Christmas to all and to all a good night.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
Classic.
Classically
Well done.
ended.
Fantastic. All right, everyone. Thank you so very, very much for playing in this game. This was a fantastic time. This was just a weird idea that came to me, and this is what kind of came out of that idea, and I'm really, really glad that all of you decided to be a part of it. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. For anybody who watched along with us this evening, thank you so very much. It means a ton to me that there are people that enjoy what we do here. So if you did enjoy what you saw, hit the like button, subscribe, do all the things that YouTube likes to see. Share it around. Hype it up. But I had a wonderful time this evening. There is one more game from the channel before the end of the year, this coming Tuesday evening. If you're watching this live, that should be All the Little Things. Should be maybe our final session of that. We'll see. But yes, Merry Christmas to all of you. A happy and safe holidays. However it is that you are celebrating, however it is that you are spending it, I hope that it is rejuvenating and filled with happiness and joy. And speaking of positive affirmations and positive energy, I just want to remind everyone that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to people, and it might make all of the difference for someone, especially during the holidays. So if you have a gift that you can give to someone that costs you absolutely nothing and might make all the difference for someone else, why would you not extend that in this season of giving? So, kindness to man. Well, not man, you know.
And to all a good night.
Yes, I was quoting Dickens, sorry. But kindness to people, we need it. The world needs it. Was there anything else? Yes. Happy birthday again to Karen. Thank you so much for spending a large portion of it with us this evening to kick off your weekend. So I think that's all that I've got to say. I'm going to go ahead and call it an evening. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach. Bye.